everyone, this is Defense Politics Asia, and this is DPA Open Mic. Actually, it's 35. I write the wrong number. 35. It's 36. Sorry, 36. And yeah. So so what happened is that I actually thought I go live already. I was playing Draco's music, and then end up I actually did this intro. Then I realized, hey, why is it there's still the go live button? Then I was like, what? Yeah, sorry for your eardrums. Yeah, so I'm gonna change the title first. This is 36. My 36. So yeah, why did I write it wrong? Okay, so a lot of things happen as usual. I don't know why the world is always so messy, and yeah. So let me prepare. Yeah, last week we did around European timing. So this week I wanted to do a bit more towards the American timing. And yeah, but I delayed a little bit more, like 2 hours, because I was burned out. And yeah, so it's actually around 8:30 in Singapore. And yeah, I'm just okay. So I will do the editings of this later. I will put the invite link. Let me find the links to the text to copy and paste. Open mic. The link is pinned. Okay, it's here. And then yeah, I know it's perfect for some of these for some of you guys, the timing, because if you're European, then you must be a night owl like me. Then you will find this timing pretty good. Okay, so the link is dropped into the pin message. Yeah, it's now on the open mic channel. Let me. Yeah, I already pinned the link to join the open mic. So for anyone who want to chat, can come on now. And yeah, I will be pasting on Rumble as well. My Rumble one doesn't seem to. Is my Rumble one? Oh, yeah. Hey, so many mistakes today. So apparently, my Rumble stream did not enable. That's so weird. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, gonna say hi since and the gonna say hi to Stinging Metal, beat me up, Mr. Scott, Tom One, CA, Azaraf, Zahadum, is not 42, Dr. Easy, Nikit 96, Vos, Macomb, Bill, Supreme Gentleman, John, and Rune, and Nickel 96. So hi everybody. Yeah, it's 1:30 in in the UK. I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to start like 2 hours ago. So yeah, so it was a mistake. Yeah, the Rumble one is now working. Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, today is kind of like a no. Today I feel like France. No, so it's a very Frenchy day today, and yeah, no one want to talk. Okay, no one want to talk. Then I will talk myself. Yeah, I think I think I was late. So I think the viewers is quite kind of like low numbers now, 36. And what happened to my Twitter? Yeah, okay, so this is up, but the number is wrong. Yeah, shit. Okay, never mind. Hey, really? Nobody want to talk today. So weird. Okay, I think because I was late. Like, yeah, I was like 15 minutes late. Actually, I played I played actually the Draco song. I didn't know that it was not live. In case you guys are not here, that's not when I say this. Yeah. Talk about France. So I did a France video, the headlines video, which I think it basically sums up most of what has had happened except for the past night, the past 12 hours is yeah. Uh, Live now. Yeah, I made a mistake. Damn it. Okay, French Riot. What do you think? BLM copy? I don't think it's BLM. It's but I do feel like it's just been brewing for some time. Um, because BLM doesn't look organic as much. It was just marches. Then after that, the Antifa, took advantage. So this one feels a little bit different. It feels like it's just pent up anger that they are just exploding out. But yeah, it's looking quite bad. And the thing is, the military and the police are not really happy about this as well. So and then I think there was a letter I just saw on Twitter. They say that they're going to like they are warning of a French civil war. So yeah, I'm not exactly fully sure. How the hell is so few people is watching? Okay, no choice. I'm gonna open this to the open this to to the main channel. Let's go. I'm gonna enable this to the main channel as well. So let me open my main channel back studio as well, just in case. Thank you, Tami. Yes, it is super chat is actually the best way because you put it on the screen, then every speaker will actually read the message and then they will decide whether to talk about it. Like it's not necessarily 100% that they will talk about it, but you put it on the screen and it puts the speakers on the spot to whether to respond to it or not. Especially if you ask the question directly to a specific speaker, I'm quite sure they 100% will try to answer it. So, yeah, today is a very unusual open mic. And yeah, so I can see the open mic, the main channel people suddenly getting excited. They don't even know that open mic is on. So hi Anon, hi Marco. So the open mic is actually happening. I made some mistakes. End up the viewership is very super low on the open mic channel. It's like, whoops. How come I do not have channel membership? Because I'm protesting against YouTube. Yeah, they have been they had assigned a manager to me to encourage me to use all these monetization tools, especially the membership, because I think membership is their favorite because it guarantees income. But YouTube takes 30% of any income. So if I enable membership, 30% actually goes to YouTube. As opposed to Patreon like take a very small percentage. Then coffee I take 100%. So I refuse to give them this money from my community because they have been suppressing the channel so much, which is why the reason is this. How do you join open mic? Oh yeah, I forgot to paste that. Yeah, let me paste this on the other channel, and this stream, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I already pinned the link to the open mic channel for the main channel people. So you guys can actually come over. The link to join is in the pin message. The main reason why I'm doing this is because I need to grow the open mic channel, which is why. Yeah. So channel membership, I'm probably I can get a lot more money, I guess, because it's more convenient for many of you guys, or the at least the viewers, because YouTube viewers is a lot more, and it's very very convenient. Just click one click, especially you already link the payment systems. The problem is I'm getting suppressed by the channel by YouTube, and I feel like it's very it doesn't make sense for me to continue to feed them as if nothing is happening while they are screwing with me. So yeah, that's the reason why the membership is not up. And And for Subscribe Star, Subscribe Star is really hard to register. I tried before. They don't reply to email. So, no, I use Boosty now. I have Boosty, I have Patreon, Coffee, and Locals. So, uh, each of the platform feels a bit different. How they work might be different. Boosty main thing is for the Russians, for the people who are in sanctioned land. People in sanctioned land have no choice. So, nobody want to talk. Is the link wrong? Anyone want to check? Is the link wrong? Let me click and see. The link is correct. This is the weirdest DPA open mic ever. Nobody want to talk. Table. Andy, I link copy. I drink copy. Oh. So the links, all the links to supporting me financially, whatever, is in the description below. So yeah, in every video, in the description is actually there. So in case you guys want to support me there, and if you do support, then you actually get to view the full version, the full recording of the commander's briefing. If not, then you may get a delayed version of the commander's briefing, which is much more shortened, to be more suitable for YouTube. Yeah. Uh, okay. Why is nobody coming up? This is the most unusual open mic ever. Every time the people is just rushing up. Let me check. Dun, dun, dun. Or maybe everybody was waiting for me and then they were so tired and then they all went to sleep. Yep. So oh, we have Toby on. Hi Toby.
Hey
Yay.
Wyatt, how's life?
I'm not alone anymore.
Is my
Everything is
mic
working well.
working?
Yeah, it's working. I've actually got a new earphone. Ta-da. Because the previous one that using the Samsung one giving me my ear pain.
So
And
where is
JB,
everybody?
I don't know. This is the weirdest open mic ever. Maybe because I was 15 minutes late. I don't know. Like I thought I pressed go live and then I went to make coffee. And then end up I actually haven't go live yet. Then I was like playing the Draco's music and everything. And then I was like, and then I even did the intro, I was like, hello everybody. And then after that then I saw, why the go live button is still there? I was like, shit.
Yeah, well, it's just coincidence that I saw it. I literally just sat down at the computer and it's like, oh, there it is. But I didn't know it was on. So what's the subjects for today? More war?
Yeah, Civil War. French Civil War is brewing.
The French are revolting.
Hey guys.
Hey Nanya.
Hey, I just came to save you. I don't know a whole lot about the topic, man, to be honest. Like,
Yeah,
I was
we
kind
can
of
talk about anything.
Anyone can say
curious,
anything about the French. That's kind of what they're
Yeah, we
for.
can totally ignore the title. The title is just for fun. Like it's just to have something there, and then we can just talk about something else. Like talk about sushi and
No, I've been following it. I think that they've got a real problem on their hands. I think that this is just yet another symptom of general unrest of the French population. We've been seeing this happen for months now, and this is just an escalation to it. So, does everybody know the story? Basically, long story short, it was a 17-year-old kid. He was at a stop sign or something. He was pulled over. He didn't have a driver's license. The cops rolled up on him. Oh, I should note that it's rumored that his parents are drug dealing or something like that, some sort of drug smugglers. So I think that the police rolled up on him pretty unprofessionally. I think they drew guns and stuff on him. The kid then tried to escape. As soon as he hit the gas, they ended up killing him. And now there's been a real outrage in all over France about it. So, but like I said, this may just be yet another symptom of a bigger problem in France.
But there were riots like a couple years ago, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, French is a very riotous society, and good on them, you know.
but
I
no,
wish we had more of that, but
I mean, kind of more based on this because they were feeling like there was like a lot of segregation of North Africans inside French cities, right? Like, this has been kind of an ongoing building thing, but there's been riots on this issue before, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, yeah, it's been always been around all these riots. The previous big one was the yellow vest one, right? I think that was pretty huge.
But that one had to do with
I
like
get disconnected.
healthcare or pensions or something, right? The yellow vest
Who
thing
know?
was.
Who knows what these things have to do with? It's like, no, really. I've become. I find it incredibly hard to know the difference between something that's just like fashionable in the media cycle and a real issue. Like, I find it hard to believe that everybody is instantly communicating and sharing the same thoughts. And a lot of these protests seem to be manufactured by the media, not for any sinister conspiracy, but just because it's a slow media day. You know, like, I think if your protest happens on a slow media day, it could explode just because there's space in the media news cycle. But if you come along on a busy day when there's other stuff happening, no one would even know. So I don't know. I basically, I've become, and I'm not saying this is good, but I basically ignore everything I see in the media today. I just count the bodies, right? And I notice how many people died. And I don't get excited about it because, you know, you could have 12,000 people die, and if they're the wrong color in the wrong country, no one cares. And if that's the case, why do I care if like 12 people dying somewhere else gets a million hours of media time? It's distasteful. The classic example was that stupid submarine. A bunch of billionaires got inside a tin can to go and have a look at dead bodies under the sea, and then like the predictable thing happened. And how many people pretended to care about that, right? Meanwhile, how many people died in the Sudan? How many people died in the war in Ethiopia? And like and also the thing is, like, if you have a look at the deaths in Yemen and the deaths in Ethiopia and Sudan and compare them to the Ukraine war is just like, that's just death porn that we like, right? That's like, it's interesting to watch white people die, right? It's not real. And so I just see the whole thing as like entertainment. And if you choose
Yeah,
to be entertained by war and death, it's like, well, okay, you know.
that's Toby. You hit the nail on the head. I think people, you hear about, you know, the constant wars and things and chaos that happens in places like Africa. And I think in the West, we often feel kind of guilty hearing that sort of stuff. Um, and so we tend to like hearing about it. But a bunch of billionaires going down to the Titanic, fuck yeah, we're all over that.
Well,
You
the
know,
corporate
that's some
media
good shit.
is. There's
Oh
actually,
yeah, that's
I
what I
find
mean,
it.
right?
I find it kind of an interesting revelation of our values, right? Like, I often describe politics in the West as pick your favorite billionaire. You know, is Trump your favorite billionaire, or is it Elon Musk, or is it Warren Buffett, or it's like, you know, and that's the game, right? You pick your favorite billionaire and you wave their flag because that's what we do. You know, that's what we call Western values and politics. That's democracy, right?
It
And
reminds me of
that was revealed by that whole submarine spectacle. It was obscene. Obama talked about this, and I think he was right. You know.
the knights of the medieval era. So all these billionaires are like the knights and the lords, and then and everybody's just talking about all these famous knights, before they went to joust at each other. It's like it has nothing to do with you. You are just peasants. And Tamir raised a very good point. What I saw about the French riot is that a lot of people, even in the comments on my video, insist that this is actually something to do with race, and I'm not entirely fully sure. It could be because there is a very huge North African ethnic uh, minority within France, and then France also do have a lot of policies to make sure that they do not segregate or to discriminate all these people. In fact, from the history, we know that in World War I, World War II, France is always when the black soldiers from US went to France, they feel very welcome. So it's very unusual that we are still talking about race issues within France to this day. Like even Zidane won the World Cup for them. Zidane is Algerian. So, hi Dory, you're new, right? Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello. Yeah, I know a thing or two about France. I've followed these these
Mute him.
protests for years. Starting in 2005.
No.
Oh, God.
Hi, Waka.
Hello, how are you?
Sorry, yeah, 2005.
Yeah.
Back then, I was still living in Luxembourg. I was finishing my high school. We were shocked about what was going on, and we didn't understand at all. But now, after learning a bit more about French politics and the mechanisms in French society, how immigration was handled over the last 40 years, I feel in a position to explain a little bit about what's going on there. So, what exactly do you need to know?
Where are you from?
Luxembourg.
Luxembourg. Oh, so you
But
definitely
I
got-
live in Vienna, in Austria.
Just talk on, buddy. I mean,
Yeah, just let her rip.
Let's share
Yeah.
because we look at some of the comments, they say that we are idiots. We do not know what we're talking about. So
Yeah,
This is a very ordinary people's stream.
give us
Very
everything
ordinary.
that give us everything that you think is important to know. Where do we start and where do we end?
The current unrest in France seem to have reached a new level of violence, a new level of chaos. Because before, certain areas around Paris and bigger cities like Marseille were dangerous, definitely. But now it seemed to have spread all over the country. Seriously, even medium and small cities, even small towns. I've heard they ransacked the town hall of small towns. Now, this is a new quality, a new level has been reached. But question is why? Why and why now? And is it just the weather, because the weather is fine and people don't know what to do? Is it because of pent up anger from the lockdowns? Is it because of? I think it's all of the above. It's the economic situation, the inflation, and a whole host of things that come together. But why exactly now? Why was this one youth killed by police? But then again, we don't know all the details about it, how it actually went down. And there will be an investigation, and there will be some. But politicians, especially on the left, but including fucking Macron, they already explained that, of course, it was unjustified and a bad killing, but we don't actually know all the details. It's still too early to tell, but of course that didn't stop people from going crazy on the first night. And tonight was the fifth night.
Fourth or fifth, yeah.
So I could go on, but please give me some cues, give me some concrete questions.
So my understanding of the first set of riots, like the 2005 that you were describing, was that there was essentially like a feeling of segregation and lack of job opportunities among young North African people in the cities. Is that a correct understanding of how it was pitched, at least? Or
Yeah, but there we were talking about a tiny minority of, well, the worst kind of youth of these migrant backgrounds. The French, even Sarkozy at that time, coined the term racaille, which means scum. They are the scum of French society. And they were basically burning their neighbors' cars at that point. So it was weird, but it lasted for 3 weeks. And I think the worst point was about 10 days in, they had thousands of arrests and hundreds of cars burned in one night, or the other way around, thousands of cars burned and hundreds of arrests. But they reached this time, they reached the second night, that same level.
Oh, and they're shooting too. I mean, they've got weapons out. It's looking really bad in the streets.
Which is
Did
not
you guys see the zoo animals that they released out in the streets? I
3
thought-
lions and 1 zebra.
And lion also.
Yeah, a rhino. Wow. That's
If you allow, I can come up for the research on this I have done, and then maybe in case well, there's a larger problem than what is visible. If you allow, you can slightly expand the discussion.
We
Yeah,
should
okay.
let Mr. Lambo in because he probably also remembers 2005.
But you don't need to remember 2005 or something. It's something that already happened for more than 20 years. It's a normal thing that happened in France. Always been like that and going to continue to be like that if they just do nothing about it. There is that I talked with Shadowy about that, and it's like the third time that something big happens in France in that scale. But even if you're celebrating New Year's Eve in Paris, you're going to have riots. It's just a big problem with non-educated kids that are causing all these things. I don't know really how I need to explain that, but it's something that every riot you have, the Gilets jaunes, anti-climate protestings. Every time you have something like that, we have the same in Brussels. We have the same problem in Brussels. If you have people that are processing on the streets, you're going to have these type of guys that coming to do riots because if they find an opportunity to do stupid things.
Well,
France champion of the World Cup. The news don't going to show that, but you had riots in Champs-Élysées.
well, you know, there's that famous French saying, "Let them eat cake," right?
You had riots.
Marie Antoinette, when she's told about starving people, let them eat cake.
But Marie Antoinette is Austrian.
That's a saying for the modern times, because, you know, when people get hungry, when their children aren't eating, and then the corporate media, you know, they're still going to be talking about the LGBT nonsense. They're still going to be talking about the climate change nonsense as if that stuff is important. They're still going to be talking about a couple of billionaires dying in a submarine on a holiday as if that's important. The corporate media is basically screaming, let them eat cake. It's so out of touch. What's actually happening in the Western world is financial crisis, and people are starting to get hungry. Their electricity bills are getting to the point where they are choosing between turning the heater on and feeding their kids. And let me tell you, it's like anyone who's ever been to the third world, they'll tell you, violence is not being nasty to a homosexual. Violence is 10 guys with machetes coming in and butchering a family to take their food, right? That's what violence is. And we are rapidly entering a world where the disconnect between the banking elite, who are talking about nonsense, just stupid things that don't matter, like LGBT and climate change and all this stuff, that's becoming massively disconnected from the real world. And nobody wants to talk about the economic realities. And particularly, no one's really telling the truth about COVID and the way that COVID changed money flows, because like it's a massive, massive, massive transfer of wealth. The debt that was incurred by governments, all that debt, that record level of debt, that all has to be serviced with interest payments to the banks, and that all comes out of taxation, right? And that taxation comes out of people's income, and so it cuts into their ability to pay for electricity and food.
No.
I think we're rapidly approaching a world where, like, it becomes like Marie Antoinette, right? Our corporate media is going to be telling us to eat cake when we can't afford bread, and I think that's accelerating in the West.
Go learn the
No,
code.
it has nothing, just nothing to do. Don't put COVID or something else in that story. But it's happening. So, how you have migration in Europe? It's a big story. It happens in the 60s. Europe needed some workers. So they invited people from Algeria, from Italy, because you have a lot of Italians, native people, original people living in Belgium and the Limburg. But like in France, you have a lot of Algerians, Moroccans, and they also you can also blame it to the countries they invaded. How do you call that? The correct term?
Like old colonies.
Yeah, the colonies.
Colonized.
Yeah. So these people coming also to France. But like situation in Belgium, we invited people to come to work in Belgium, to come to work in the mines. Happened also in France. So you have a lot of Algerians, Moroccans coming to France to working in the mines.
Okay. I agree with you, Lambo. I agree with you because...
Hey Dan. Well, I'm gonna let you have the mic, but we should just say something because that guy dropped like $20 in the chat asking about that kangaroo. Does anybody know anything about that?
Man, let me tell you something.
I can't find it. But it's Dan's mic. I'm sorry, he was going next.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. If there was a kangaroo in the zoo in France, I hope it got let go for 5 minutes so it can enjoy life and then killed because it's a useless animal coming from like Australia. But I'm agree with Mr. Lambo. This has happened in my country, like in the United States. We've had people of like minorities that come over and then do bad things, get shot, and then you have riots. It's easier for me as a Mexican American immigrant, like my people have rioted all the time in Los Angeles. It just comes easy to us because we see no repercussion. We see no actual we don't believe in the law. When you're coming in as an immigrant, it's just easier to go crazy, and minorities get killed. Maybe it gets blasted on the news. So I think what's happening in France is what's happened in America for so many times, and that's what all I think.
Yeah, immigrants if they have enough to eat, and as soon as they don't have enough to eat, the immigrants.
No. So just to continue my story. So what happens? These people that coming working in the mines have children or getting to have children. These children gonna make also grow up, become adults, and make also children. What happens like in France, all these people they've been put in suburbs and like residential areas with a lot of big apartments, these big buildings with little apartments. And actually these are like regions that not being seen too much by the government, or they like put them then there in the corner, apartments that are not in good shape. These people starting to living in communities, get bad education, being bored. What are you doing if you're young and you're bored? You're going to do stupid things. But these people also got married and have children. So if generations before you don't have education, how is going to be the last generation? You need to consider all these guys that you're seeing in the night putting cars on fire. Lot of these are just kids. I mean kids, 14 years old to 18, 20 years old. You have just kids. I had that in Lille, in France. I was working at the metro station. I saw some Algerian kids, 14 years old, put the car on fire at 50 meters on my train, just because they want to put the car on fire. That's the problem you have in France, and they are also criminals in the drug sector and the robbing sector. So they are just guys that are bored, and they are feeling also not. They have like the mentality of a no-brainer that's thinking that they're allowed to do everything they want to do. So the moment if they are finding an opportunity minus A-class A and G that he can't pay, so I don't know the story about that, are stopped by the police. He tried to flew away of the police, and the police shoot at him. Very big mistake of the police. So all of these guys of the suburbs around Paris and other big countries just found one fucking reason to put a big mess into France. And at we in Brussels, we had some copycats that did the same thing. And Brussels and Belgium, that has nothing to do with France. These are just young guys that are bored, that have nothing to do with their lives, that don't work, just do criminal, stupid things that blowing everything apart in France. That is what's happening.
Lambo, do make sure that you drive carefully, yeah? Drive carefully, okay? You muted yourself.
Don't worry, I am in my Subaru with cruise control, active camera system, very safe car. No, don't worry. And don't do stupid things.
And this stream is brought to you by Subaru. Okay.
So why don't you drive a good French car? You know, you're putting those French workers out of work.
Never in my life I'm going to drive a French car. Forget that. I'm driving Japanese because it's quality.
Subaru is Japanese?
Yes, Subaru is Japanese.
Yes, Japanese.
What's up, Wakar? You're dying to get in on this. What's that?
Yeah. Actually, I know it's just a time of real frustration and anger. Actually, done some work on the demographics and the shift which is taking place in West. I've actually written about 5 papers, and one I shared on the forum in case you have. So I would like to talk of fundamentals, and there are 4 or 5, I think, basic reasons. So what you see is not really not really the root cause. Is the, I would say, symptom which is appearing, and the root cause is definitely deep. And I like to actually expand on what Dambo and Dan said on. Basically, there are 3 Ds. Like one is, of course, demographics, which is, I would say, the fundamental thing. Then is the disruptive ideologies within West, which are now accentuated. And then is, of course, disruptive technologies. I think Macron did mention that it was social media, and he even said video games and all that. So basically, disruptive technologies means where the state becomes helpless and people have more power. And we've experienced in Pakistan for 2 days almost similar fashion, but not very wild, where people assaulted the state. And then you have the color revolution and all that. So many these are 3 or 4 Ds. So I just expand based on my paper. The root cause, as somebody mentioned, Mr. Lambo, is the mass migration which took place in the 60s, and the inability of either the immigrants or the Western governments to basically, as you say, it never became a melting pot, Europe and North America. I don't know how Canada is going to experience it. So basically, it became a salad bowl, as Pat Buchanan has said it. And I suggest this book by Pat Buchanan, The Death of the West, is very important. Although the name is very, I would say, crude, but he gives the, impact, because this was written like 2005, and I was in US doing a course there, and I read this book. So basically, it's all those 60s. It's not only that there were a lot of call for immigrants, because there were jobs being created and the West was progressing. Mind you, the 24/7 concept of work in UK came because of South Asians. They came. Otherwise, then the people would go to sleep at 7, I think, p.m. So this 24/7 shift came because of South Asians, because there were a lot of people, a lot of demand for that. So this is one. The other thing was the lifestyle and the family unit was broken. So there was a very serious, and I think we did discuss the imbalance in demographics. Like in most of South Asia, it is like this. Let's say the top being the old and base being the young. And in West, it's becoming like this. So you have more, let's say, even if you look at your service sector in the West is run by mostly Asians and Africans. Now we come to the disruption caused by the second wave of, I think, instability was disruption caused by wars in the MENA region. You had Tunis initially, you had Libya, Egypt was tried. And I saw a cartoon. If I find it, I'll put it on the forum. that you go and bomb North Africa and the MENA region, because I always, even in France, there was a discussion in IHED, and it's one of the universities, military universities, that they were very happy when they, killed Gaddafi, that, okay, we have taken it. And then I asked them, do you think the Libyans are going to cross Sahara and go to Congo? No. When there's no governors, they're going to jump across the Mediterranean and enter into Europe. So you'll have a tsunami of immigrants coming, which will be uncontrollable. And we saw, the shipwrecks and all that. So you have now a net increase of immigrants because of instability in the MENA region. And it continues. Even one is, even Pakistan is, despite it's not very unstable, but because of economic crunch, you have the passing through Iran, Turkey, and then North Africans, and a lot of Africans from Ethiopia. So if you have a destabilized, area in south of Mediterranean, you expect a lot of immigrants. So that is essential. Now comes the fourth, the disruptive ideologies of Nazism, which is being picked up because one, it was a reaction because of the immigrants, and that's why you find right-wing parties like even I think Le Pen's France Front, France National, Front National. Then you have a lot of these right-wing parties in other Europe, coming as a reaction to immigrants. Now, after Russia-Ukraine war, this has been accentuated because now you brought in Nazism and ideology into Germany and France. So I think they have really put fire into that. I am not really appreciating what these guys are doing. The youngsters is really condemnable. They should not be burning their own home where they are staying. But these are some of the root causes, and it can be triggered. Then comes, of course, disruptive technology, the social media. You can Tahrir Square, like Tasnim Square in Turkey. You can call people, within a second through groups, social media groups, and they have all kind of funny things, So how to make a cocktail, the Molotov cocktail, how to, make a mask to fight the, tear gas and all that. And they can get as organized gang, of course. Then, of course, this 99 versus 1%, it's everywhere. The elite is leasing, the economy, and the rest of the people are suffering, especially the lower middle class and the poor class. So I think all combined is triggered. It's not something we just erupted because of killing of this young guy, but they just were looking for a reason. And I don't know, in France, you have this Gillette Jones. How do they pronounce it? Yellow Vest. They have been, I think, on the street for the last 2 years or so. So I think these are all reasons. And Russia-Ukraine war has accentuated Nazism. And I feel that's going to spread into, some other European countries. So these are the root causes, and we can discuss it. I definitely never condone the acts by these hooligans, because nobody should be burning his home. So this is really very bad. But these are some of the root causes that I feel cause this. What you see is an impact or effect, not the root. The root cause is what deeper, into 60s, and you can take it back to colonization and all that. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Mehdi.
Hello, good evening, fellas. Glad to
Hey,
see
Mehdi.
everybody. They're lighting up fireworks outside, so if you hear booms, I am in Maine and nowhere near a front line, nor am I, pretending to be, unless I want to go Napo, and I could probably sell it to a lot of them. But anyway, we won't go there. We were talking about this earlier, and one of the things I feel that's happened is it's a problem of also assimilation, because when you take groups of people and then you try to shove them in a community instead of them trickling into the community, it like introduces them to the community, and then their relatives flow in and they disperse throughout the community. They become part of the community. But now what happens is that it's groups of people being shoved into these cities. And the reason why they're being shoved into cities is because that's where all the social services are. So they place them there so that at least they can feed them and keep and such like that. But there's no thought to the original communities that live there. They're like an afterthought. And that's the thing, is that it's fine, if you want to be French or whatever. I consider myself Irish American. Okay, we do stupid shit like that. I've never been to Ireland, but yet it's my bloodline. But it isn't like we came over and turned America into Ireland. You know what I mean? We were coming here to build something better than the shit we
Yeah, I
had
think you're
before.
wrong, Maddie. I think you're wrong. Right now, the Irish community has assimilated. But if you went back when they originally came, there must have been a little bit of problems between the Irish and the people who had already came before them. I think America is every new wave of immigrants, they don't really assimilate. Like my community, the Mexican community, has no way of assimilation because they're idiots and they wave the Mexican flag whenever they're protesting. I feel like if you were alive in like the 1800s when the Irish were first coming, they've probably had some problems assimilating, but now it's completely assimilated. You can't tell if an Irish American has just come off the boat unless he has got an accent. So
well, I've read about this, and it's a kind of interesting thing that each new wave of migrants to a country ends up having quite bad violence with the previous wave, right? And you can track this through American history because they've had really distinct waves of immigration. And so when the Irish came over, they found themselves in a great deal of conflict with the Scottish, right? Because the Scottish had been the second wave after the English settlers and Puritans. And then after the Irish, you had a great deal of violence between them and the next wave of immigrants, and then so on and so forth. And you know, that went through Mexicans and so on. So, yeah, I think it's almost like a competition between the two newest waves of immigrants. But the other thing I'd say about America and Australia is you don't really know what somebody's principles and morality are until they get hungry, right? Everyone likes to project their values and so on, but watch them when they get hungry, and then you'll see the racism come out. Then you'll see the prejudice come out because people lose their ability to posture and they start to reveal what they actually believe. And I think that we're going to see that in the West.
This point,
as people struggle financially, I think you're going to see an explosion in all of the nastiness that everybody pretends that they don't buy into. You're going to see explosions of racial conflict, because that's what people do when they get hungry, right? They start to compete. So, yeah.
Hey, new guy, how are you?
I think Maddie still wanted to say to end his narrative, which was coming, and I think it will be also interesting to finish to listen it to the end.
Sorry, I didn't realize. I thought it finished.
No,
it was all right. Dan brought up a good point and such like that, and what I mean is that we are cramming people of different cultures and forcing them in together where they're gonna grind right now, because there's not enough area in the cultures for it to like seep and mesh together. It's being forced forced upon people. And there's where the problem is because anytime you're being forced and your community's under stress, you're gonna push back. And in the UK, hearing about like a complete town just taken over, is that fair to the local indigenous community that live there? I mean, we can all go say, well, they're not indigenous, they took it from here or there. Well, that shit ends eventually. It's just a cycle. But what I'm saying is that when is that really where the problem is, France, is that people are being forced in and there's no time for it to be absorbed naturally.
So, I was hoping just to kind of connect some of those points that have been raised so far. Like, I'm always in the chat, but I lived in France for a good chunk of time, even though I'm an American. So I've got a little bit of info just from kind of osmosis and, the things that I hear people complain about in my wife's family and their experiences there. So Toby, on the point about, people getting really hungry. So it's not at that point, but it very well could be kind of in the future. So earlier this year, there were some, actually, let's take it back. So from this war, we know that with the Ukraine war, there's energy prices going up in throughout Europe, but it didn't really hit the French because their government decided to subsidize those costs and just kind of try and keep the price normal for people. And I think that probably would have contributed to there's a mentality from the French that money just comes out of nowhere. The government can just pay for anything. It's not going to affect any budgeting or anything like that. But then what we saw earlier this year was I suppose in the course of redoing their budgets, they had this change of the retirement age, and so that was the last time that we saw big riots in France, where Macron wanted to change retirement age and maybe push it back like 2 or 3 years. And so there's a large number of people in France who are working for public sector, and I saw this with my wife's mom, who was expecting to retire like next year. Then she's pissed off that she's going to have to retire, like 2.5 years later or something like that. And so the weird dynamic in France is that the young people, so you'll have a protest and tons of people packing the street, and it'll be pretty orderly and whatnot like throughout the day. And then like the night comes, and you have young people kind of start to slowly amp it up and like add an energy to it that you don't see if it's like midday, because you'll see people pretty much like insanely regularly. They're always protesting. It's not a joke. They're like, your train gets delayed because at the train station they decided to go on strike, or here, like there's always something going on. But then when you really hear about it is when young people just start to pick it up, like they did this time, and they also did after the retirement protests. So one of the weirdest things about France is like we can't necessarily put our like the U.S. perspective on race on it necessarily. Like Mr. Lambo was touching on it, where it's actually kind of a complex thing where they've got the 40, 50 years ago, or I suppose earlier than that, like after the Algerian independence, like taking back a bunch of people that were fighting for them over there, as well as like bringing on people in order to work, putting them in those sort of they call them a cité, like they're not suburbs like we think of them, but they're kind of basically like housing blocks or something, or like the projects or something all around cities. But then in addition to that, we've got like in the last 15 years, like almost a second wave of migration, which is the general migrant crisis. And that's where you saw people who were showed up for the first time, and they're just packed on the streets under like, if you took like Stalingrad metro station, just you imagine a city block, there's 1,000 young men just sitting there on the concrete shouting. I think now that ties into what Mehdi was saying about like integrating people. So not only were they not able to integrate that first wave from like 60 years back or so, where I believe if we look back to the Bataclan attacks in 2015, like some of those people were like homegrown, they weren't like extremists that came from another place and then like snuck into France and then committed the acts, but they were people who actually like grew up and were French citizens, but they felt kind of like disconnected. And so you even have a phenomenon that happens now where if you go in Paris, it's like Paris is France, but if you go into the areas around Paris, a lot of times it changes pretty quickly. You'll go into areas that are very like basically just a different culture, very like maybe like a very Muslim, I suppose you could say, North African Muslim influence. And in those places, there are literally like feminist groups who have to. You have a setup where with any expensive city, people are going to be pushed to live further and further out as the prices go up. So you have college kids and just kind of people in their 20s living out in some of these communities as well. And so I've seen where like some of my wife's friends living in those places, and they have to like join feminist communities to like advocate for women to be able to enter the bars, because the people in there will literally say, yes, on fait comme ça à Paris, mais on n'est pas à Paris. Like we do like that in Paris, but this isn't Paris. They kind of see this as like those banlieue, or there's like a kind of a suburb kind of project areas as like this is separate, where a different culture is infused. I think that's the dynamic where you basically have like two societies basically living right next to each other. You can see at any time, like even in minor things, like if there's a soccer game, like Algeria wins, it's like they'll celebrate like no other. It's like, and not to say there's anything, but that's particularly negative, but it's like places where people have a strong identification with being not necessarily French, but like just next to French culture, even though this is the only place that they've known. They're maybe like 20 years old and their family's been there for like 50 years or something. So those are kind of, I don't want to like keep rambling on, but that's just kind of to make it a little bit more specific to the themes that we're talking about.
Sounds like an immigrant problem to me.
I want to point. Yeah. So here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. The riots in France, or what's happening now, is not that unique. It's because if you look at all of the Western European countries, particularly France, Belgium, the Netherlands, the UK, the riots get triggered by a particular event, and then they get blown up by predominantly young immigrants. And if you look at the background of these young immigrants, well, they tend to be out of jobs, they tend to be in criminal circuits, they tend to be easy targets to manipulate and or force them into a direction society doesn't want to be in it. Because now France is having this riot. In 2011 or 12, it was the UK who had a similar riot. 2020, the Dutch had a similar riot. Belgium, a few years back, had also very similar phenomena. And it seems to be a very particular group of immigrants, and then predominantly the ones who are young. So within the age of 17 to 25. And it is usually the same. So in France, it's the Algerians. In the Netherlands, it's and Belgium as well. It's mainly the Moroccans. In the UK, there is a bit more diversity, but they are all in the same age category. They all have an immigrant background. Even though they are born in the nation, they are kind of stuck in a gray zone as to where they identify with the country, but not with the culture or the people. So it's like a vicious cycle in predominantly West Europe. So what you see in France now, it hits the news quite big, but it's not that new. It's not a very special event or phenomenon. This has been going on for the last 20 years or so.
I would like to point something. First of all, it's very interesting what Trey was saying when he was creating a kind of phenomenon in certain countries of Europe, because I also find it a kind of European phenomenon in a way. It's like our European societies have been growing so consciously about the middle class, forgetting that this middle class doesn't exist eternally in time and space, but it has been aging. And we have forgot how to integrate young people because they have become a minority. Our societies are old. Our middle class guys that used to be 30s are now 50s. And this is also something quite true. And our society, in terms of visibility, is an old guy society. We look at television, we look at politicians. They don't have really a young vibe. Even the bit to pretend they are young. That's also quite true. We saw Macron on a party. Actually, for his age, he's a bit outside of a disco.
He's young compared to his wife.
Are you sure? His wife is even older. But she was dancing. She still has the energy. Okay. But what I meant is that we have a problem in Europe for integration of younger people. And we don't really understand that younger people, and each generation always has been there. Especially when society changed so much, we have problems normally to integrate the new generations. Now, in the past, this has been easy. It was very complicated when I grew up. We had the feeling that our younger community was quite different from our parents. We fought for it, but the society was a bit more open to see that we had new emergencies, new wishes, new requirements. And now we see that this new society that came from 10, 20 years ago doesn't want to see difference, doesn't want to accomplish, to open that there are new problems. No, Macron says it's the families, it's the video games. It can be true that it's the video games that creates this virtuality, but everybody is living this virtuality of the 21st century. It's okay. But now I think, Trey, the problem is as well is you talked about criminality. You see, when you have younger people that don't see a future on themselves, that can't figure out how to get out of their parents' house and find and grow and start their own family, that don't have really a future, they don't feel that going further in education will bring something to them, or because they failed. They just failed because the education system is not prepared for them to grow up inside of it. You see, these people tend to be easy targets of criminal circuits of gangsterism, and so on, of hooliganism as well, because it's the only way they find in the society that's open to accept how they are, their problems, their feelings. Of course, these are parasite cultures. Of course they are. But the problem is that France has had these type of riots before and did almost nothing to solve these problems. And what we see now, you remember when that immigrant was impaled by a policeman, and that triggered as well a lot of violence in France. Did France really took care about their police violence? Because police violence exists, brutality, and up and then there is a need for society to revolt and review all what's happening inside. You see, also the police with their violence is a way they find, especially if they don't find themselves in a kind of productive system of society. The violence is the only way that police also have to solve the problems when they can't deal with the phenomena. But this is a political phenomena that should have been dealt with by the politics, and they've been closing their eyes. And the French are very good at it, hiding stuff. Well, the French like to hide behind their Republican values. Oh, it's great to be Republican values. But like so many people were saying, people are coming from other societies, like Mehdi and Toby was saying. People are coming from other societies and they have different values. But they were never allowed to get inside of the Republican values. The Republican values don't mirror their problems in life. Sorry there.
Yeah, can I ask? I want to put a general question out to the whole panel because I don't know what it's like in other countries, but talking about the young people, right? I am shocked by the deal that we are offering young people today because I don't know what the housing prices are like where you are, and I don't know what the interest rates are like. But the deal we're offering young people today is you work hard and you go to university and then you're going to end up with $250,000 debt, right, for a sociology degree. And then if you work hard and save money for 3,000 years, you'll be able to own a house, right? Like the idea that you can own the house that you live in, that you're going to raise your children in, is a fantasy. It's an absolute fantasy. And so the deal, if we cut through the nonsense, the deal that is being offered to young people today is slavery. You will never own your house. And this is the death of the dream, right? The American dream. You are never going to own anything. The actual purchasing power of wages after tax and cost of living compared to the price of a house to raise your children in, it's beyond a fantasy. And young people aren't stupid. They're going to see that. I'm shocked by it. I don't understand how old people are safe. I don't understand how the billionaires can walk the streets because in the cold light of day, right, the deal that is being offered to the younger generation is abject slavery. And then people wonder why they're ready to riot, right? Toby, like my father's generation saved up to buy a car. The current generation save up to buy a video card. Right? This is the difference.
I don't think it's the case in France.
The different countries.
The case in France is more, the case in France, because France is a very strong.
But you're not French, product. Tell us about your country. How is it in your country? Can your people afford?
It's very similar because it's very social state, welfare state. And
what about Atreyu?
No, because it's
unaffordable.
But it's unaffordable. You see, we still have a social state which would enable people to get a house, but this is something of the past. It's not
what
like
about
Kobe
Russia?
was saying.
Yeah, I want to hear about Wakar. Then I want to. Is it affordable now, Wakar, in your country?
Well, what's it like in Russia for housing? I'm curious, Dan. Like, how affordable is housing in Russia?
Okay, yeah. As far as Pakistan is concerned, I think housing was not a very serious problem in the past, but now. There is a class gap now. We have billionaires who are living in mansions, and you'll be surprised that people living in millions of dollars of houses, driving, these Land Cruisers, and then you have basically an upper middle class, especially the lower middle class. I think is now finding problems of housing because it is now started becoming unaffordable. But I don't know how do you compare it. Like in our case, still. you can have an independent unit instead of a high rise. In Pakistan, because of the space available, and if you look at the cost of living, despite that we have economic problems, it is one of the cheapest countries. You can go and Google it, that which are the 3 cheapest countries in the world. So far the cost of food, housing, in case you are renting, education, is definitely much lesser than the West, but definitely the wages are also less. So if you compare it, it is still, I would say, manageable, but I don't think so that it's maintainable in future, because now the youth feels the elite is taking a lot of share of the resources, and that's why you find the reaction also. Similar reaction happened during on 9th of May. It was a political party, but then there was definitely frustration of the youth. I would say that in case we don't address it, there's going to be serious. Like basically I'm a military officer, but I own a house which is independent. It's a 5-bedroom house, so I can afford it, but not maybe my son. So similarly, people in villages, in towns, they don't live in high rise. They have independent units, like small little units of 1,000 square yards or something like that. But housing is now accentuated, and cost of living is increasing. So I would say that we could be there where France is in 10 years, maybe.
Yeah, I want to add as well the phenomenon where the young people are unable to buy a house, or feel like working hard doesn't really pay off in a big way, or in a way that how they would imagine life supposed to be, also applies in China as well. So in China, I was watching some of these Chinese YouTube channels, and they are talking about this phenomenon called lying down. So basically, because life is so meaningless, working hard is so doesn't bring you anywhere, you might as well just lie down. So that is even happening in China, because China is developing way too fast for their culture, for their civilization. So they are advancing up the ladder so quickly that their people are being left behind as well. So it's across the world as well. Maddie?
Just I forgot what I was going to say, and Wyatt, I don't know, but you brought me back to it. So this old man, thank you. I think part of the problem is our youth is confused right now. We've thrown so much shit at them in the last 10 to 15 years for them to absorb. What's a man? What's a woman? I mean, things that you would never in your life think would be a debatable thing that would be happening in a school. The kids are not allowed to grow up anymore, so they're stressed out. And now we drug them, and they come out of school. Everybody can buy a house, but nobody can afford a property tax, so everybody's in debt. So nobody really owns anything but banks around here. And in the neighbor's house just across the street was just sold because they could not afford the property tax. A company bought it up cheap, fixed it up. It's sold again by another fixer-upper who I can tell you right now, within a year, after 2 years, will try to sell it because the property tax is killing it. And it's just getting worse in our communities in these rural areas, because the jobs we once had, like the pulp and paper industry, automotive industry, things like that, are all gone. So everybody's just living hand to mouth. I mean, I am one of those people in the category of $400 expense would sink me for a month and a half at least to try to recover. And I'm not asking for money. I don't want donations. That's not it. It's just a reality, just to let you know how what condition I'm in right now. I'm lucky the house I have, we own. So
I will add that in Singapore have one of the best public housing systems in the world. Like, we have like the highest home ownership in the world. Even in Singapore, so my one of my best friend bought a house before COVID, when COVID just about to hit. He just bought a house. It's a 5-room. So Singapore houses is quite expensive. So but there is government grant, and there is a government loan to help you pay it by installment. But he bought it like 630,000 Singapore dollars. There's more than $500,000 US dollars. So that is a 5-room apartment, government housing, which last for 99 years only. Then the government will take back. Today, the house that I'm currently in the process of buying is already 740,000, same size. It already increased by 25%, and I have to pay $0.7 million to buy a house. That's Singapore.
Is that for 99 years?
For 99 years, and already because I'm buying a resale, so already 6 years is gone. So it's 99 minus 6.
Okay, one last question on that topic. Wait, so after the 99 years, your family can't keep it, nobody can keep it.
Yeah,
they have to buy it
will
again.
go to zero value. It goes to zero. But the theory is that you'll never live to 99 years, and you will always buy a new house, a better house. Your children will not take over the house because the children also want new house. So that is the Singapore system. It works, but of course this problem is coming because Singapore is only like 50, 60 years. So the 99 years houses from the early days are starting to come. So the social problems might, the government is trying to, buy over or something, they redevelop and unblock the whole apartment or whatever, I don't know. But that's not my problem. I will be dead by then. But this housing issues, even in Singapore, even though we have the best housing issue, the housing system is very expensive. And I'm only able to afford this house maybe purely because there's DPA. Because I'm working 2 full-time jobs, so I got 2 full-time salaries to able to afford. If not, then it's also quite difficult. So this issue, but in Singapore there's a lot of government grant. The government grant is increasing for the housing because it's getting so expensive. Even the government cannot ignore it. But then we also have to pay loans. It's from 25 to 30 years installment. So it is. I'm not sure. Other countries, how many years you can installment the house, but in Singapore there is systems to make sure that you cannot buy houses beyond your means, and all these kind of things. Yeah. So yeah, back to you guys.
I would like to say something.
I need to wait. I let Dan talk. I need to check out. I want to hear his point on Russia before I check out.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, before we got off the topic, I've never seen a more easy place to actually make a life. I'm an immigrant to Russia. Now I'm an immigrant to Russia. And I've seen so many programs to where the Russian government will help you get a house. I haven't seen a homeless person in like a year and a half. It's very strange. I'm not promoting Russia, but I've asked my woman, I've said, why is there no homeless people? That was one of the first questions I asked. She said, what do you mean homeless? I said, people that live in the streets. She said, why would they live in the streets? I said, because maybe they're poor. Maybe she would not understand the concept of homelessness. And it really hit me because, it might not be the nicest looking place, but everybody's got a place, right? They got a dacha they can go die in if they have absolutely nothing. The young generation, I've seen friends, people like my age who are buying their first houses, like in their 30s. Like it sounds like the American of 1940s, 1950s. If me and Ksenia have a child, the government will give us 500,000 rubles, which is like a couple $1,000s, which is like almost half the price of a house in my town. So there's a lot of incentive to be having a family, starting a life. A lot of people here are getting married like in their mid-20s still, which is very unusual because where I come from, you'll ruin your life if you get married in your 20s and start having kids, because usually you have to pay for debt still. I'm actually in the process of starting to buy my own land and gonna build my own house. So I don't think I would be able to do that in America. And I'm doing this off of savings that I had from like 10 years ago. I think that the Russian society is a little bit different. I also wanted to talk about assimilation. If you come to Russia, it's not that the government wants you to assimilate, it's that you must assimilate. I can't communicate with these people unless it's in Russian, unless I behave right, because the rules here are completely different than they are in the United States and other countries that I've been in. I think that Russia, there is no immigrants. You just naturally become Russian. But that's my experience, Atreyu, on all these things.
Well, it's quite true, and it is impressive that even if you have more children, you even have loans without interest. You have a really facilitate life, and if you want to go to the north, you even get the house free of charge in Russia. If you want to live on one of these cities in the north or in the Far East, they even give you a plot of land, 2 hectares minimum. So it's amazing. Well, the Russians have as young people, they have a very facilitated life. That will be a problem as well, because sometimes you have to fight for what you have, and I don't think the Russians are doing it. On the other side, the problem is that nevertheless, apartments are very small, and people tend not to have children. So this is let's not forget that Russia is also an aging country. And this is something they have been talking for a long time and haven't been able to change. But coming back to Western Europe, which is very interesting for what Dan was saying. You see, and when I was younger, the idea you would have in your life would be you would get out of your parents' house when you're 30, you'll start a family, you get a loan. It wouldn't be too difficult to get a loan, and you could buy your own apartment. This was possible. You would be paying it for 40 years, nevertheless. But it was affordable. Now, they don't give you any... After the 2011 crisis in Europe, many countries went through this process. They don't give any loans to people anymore. They want you to go rent. Because there are many... Because what happened was that with the 2011 crisis in Europe, the big money started investing in the real estate. You see, guys... And they don't want you to own your house. They want you to rent it. And we are also seeing this system where people are obliged to look for an apartment, and you can't find it. So you go to outside, to the suburbs, but they're not building new houses. So it's getting very difficult to live inside of a city. It doesn't mean that you couldn't find a house at a better price on a small city. But it's also the pressure of society to bring more people to the city, and with immigration that also goes to the big cities. It has been impossible for younger people to really find a better perspective in life. Finding a house, starting a family. Those are things of the past. If you look at your parents, if you look at your most nearest generation, like me with 40 now, younger people. They immediately realize this will never be their possibility. This is not in their possibilities. And this is revolting. Of course it is.
Yeah, so I want to share also about a bit more about Singapore housing system. Why it's designed this way? Because why is there a cat? Meow. Anyway, the Singapore have this philosophy that everybody must have a stake in the country. That's why you will work hard, and that's why you will defend and protect your country. I think that's what we are seeing, the difference between the all this rioting in European countries, where maybe these people do not have their own house. They don't have something to fight for, and this is why they are willing to burn away other people's cars, burn other people's shops, loot other people's shops, because you have nothing. But in Singapore, it's different. The Singapore government, the poorer you are, the bigger the grant it is. They make sure that everybody can afford their house, as long as you are married. And if you're not married, you have to wait until 35 years old to buy your government your government house. So once you get a house, then you will pay for it over 20, 30 years. But you have your own house, you have your own place, and then you have a foundation to build your life on. And then that's probably why you will not go and screw things up unnecessarily to go riot and everything. Like in Singapore, there's no riot. We don't do riots. When riot happen, it's like a super big news. It's like, what? Like, why would Singapore have riots? No, we don't believe in riots. We don't believe in marches and protests and everything. We don't. We just, election time, we just go for election. We just vote against the government. And then once they see the percentage change, they will take the message. And then they will try to do better. But that's Singapore. I know other countries is very, very different. Yeah. But when you come to like the Algerian community in France and whatnot, if they are struggling in life in France, they know that they are not going to be able to afford any housing, then I cannot be surprised that they just like, forget it, man, let's make this life like GTA.
This is not a new idea. This comes from the age of revolutions. Like there was an age of revolutions where France, Russia, America, and everywhere was having revolutions, and there was the guillotine chopping off the heads of the billionaires that were called aristocrats back then. They're called oligarchs now if they're in unfriendly countries, and they're called leaders of democracy if they're in the West. But this is not a new idea. The idea was encapsulated by the phrase, if people own a bit of the country, they're less inclined to burn it down, right? And this
I
goes
remember-
right, this used to be understood. It used to be, if you didn't know this, you failed first university political science, right?
I believe
And
that in
now
America,
we live in a world where like no one talks about this. No one talks about the death of the middle class as though that is a recipe to burn down the world. It's like, oh, kids can't afford houses. Oh, that's a bit sad for them. Never mind. I
remember reading
the end of the civilized world in a lot of ways. If we look at history as a lesson.
I remember that reading that United States originally the voting rights only goes to home owners, landowners. If you don't own land, you don't get. I think that's how United States started, right?
White men who own land.
No, that's not true, Dan. That's not true. It wasn't men. This is a myth of modern feminism, right? One of the massive lies of feminism is that the emancipation of men came before the emancipation of women. People don't know the laws that created emancipation of voting rights in the UK.
Wait, how many females signed all those declarations of independence and all that stuff? How many females were in that?
Are you assuming their gender?
We also
I am assuming.
Well, Dan, you just shifted the goalposts then, right? What I'm saying is, it's not that you're a bad person, but you're factually wrong. You know, if you were a landowner and a female, you had voting rights, right? It followed the land. It didn't follow gender. It's a myth. The same laws that gave the working class voting rights in England, passed in 1918, gave it to both men and women. These are facts. I'm not arguing, semantics or anything. It's just simply not true that voting passed from men to women. It passed
in the US,
from
it's
landowners
in the US,
to non-landowners. That was the historical reality. And there are
Can
plenty of
we-
examples in America too.
Many.
I just wanted to get back on track because I'm definitely not going to get into this social bullshit right now. I'll just hang back. But, you mentioned something really important is investment. Like when a new community, you go to a community, you don't go in there and start just tearing down the community and throwing whatever you want up. There's people who invested their lives in this community, that there's businesses that were handed down from generation to generation. But now you have an influx of people that have no investment, no roots to that community. So burning it down, other than it being maybe a food source for them, means really nothing. In a way, I'm not saying good, bad, or blame. What I'm saying is that you can see the mentality of it, I feel.
I'm going to not talking about housing in Belgium because I'm going to be busy for 4 hours. It's it's because also the war of Ukraine is very fucked up for the moment. I can say for myself, I'm 37 years old. I'm probably never going to be allowed anymore to buy something for myself here in Belgium. That's it. About France, and I can take Belgium also with it. You need to consider that these young kids and these guys, these immigrants, not even immigrants because they are born in the country, they still has a double nationality. And they feel more like if I speaking from Moroccan, the Moroccan going to feel more Moroccan compared to feeling Belgium or to feel French. So they are. It's a very complex thing, but they're feeling more that country they never been born in than the country where they are born in. That's why they're living in that culture and that group and these places where they are in a community all together, almost the same nationalities, and they're feeling together. So they are living in a clique. What I want to talk about these guns that you are pointing in the beginning, and I talk with that with Shadowy also. we are laughing with that. Why? That guy with these guys with the Kalashnikovs, they are normally, I think, drugs dealers. They are never going to shoot with these weapons to policemen. Never. Not going to happen. Never. Not a danger. The only danger I can point to is that gun shop that was robbed. That may be a dangerous thing. Drugs dealers going to use these weapons against rival drugs dealers. They're going to sort of trying to fix some shit in their business using these guns. That's why they have these guns. But the guys that we saw in the footage actually were very stupid. I hope for them they steal that Audi, that car. They steal it. It's not their own car because the police are going to track them very fast down and they're going to be arrested and they're going to be put in justice. These guys shooting in the air just to provoke, to say, yeah, I'm a big guy. That's it. They are never going to use these weapons against the police. What I can say about the police, they read the two biggest syndicates of France wrote an open letter, and it was a serious one. And that one, we can be very concerned about it. So the police in France was always been protected by the government. Always. You are protected by the government. It's a normal thing. The police is protected. But these poor guys had a lot of work to do for the moment in France for the couple of past years. And they are fucking sick of it. So they wrote a letter to say, government, we are sick with all these extra work we have. Sick to have all these policemen being wounded. By why? By people that keep continuing rioting, destroying everything, attacking deliberately the police. It's also to know that in the suburbs, the police don't try to enter. If you're even firemen, don't try to enter. If you're an ambulancier, so you're a medic, don't try to enter. They're going to attack you. That's how fucked up these suburbs are in France. I once missed a direction from Google Maps, and I to go to a hotel in Paris, just next to suburb, and I entered with my car in the suburb. I was fucking scared. You see, a completely other type of people walking. It's very scared. But the police say now they give, I think, the government a few options, and the options can be: one, they're going to strike and to say, do it yourself, and two, they're going to acting more severely, more dangerously, more harder against these people. So now they're not even using rubber balls, for instance. They're just using some type of gas bombs to try to put them the way of the area where they are and try to arrest them. But they're going to ask to have more possibilities to be able to acting more harder. So if the government, so if Macron decides to do nothing, France is going to be in a big shit with the police and big problems. The moment one of the rioters starting to kill policemen, it's going to be a big problem in France either, because the police don't going to take it anymore, and I think they're going to beginning to act by themselves and harder. So Macron is just because the problems of the police is in very big problems for the moment, and I hope he's going to fix that problem. But the problem never is going to be fixed like that. You need to know also the people in France going to vote. It's actually in whole Europe, I think. Belgium is going to be like that. It's already busy. They're going to vote more right, more to the extreme right, to the Le Pen, to the Vlaams Belang in Belgium. They're going to vote these parties because they are hoping that these people of these parties going to fix the problem. I think it's never going to be the fixing the problem. The problem you're going to have is like Le Pen is going to go on power, and she's going to act more severely against these rioters, but the rioters going to continue to be more aggressive also. So it can end in a sort of a civil war. That maybe can be a good thing also to
But
wake up
don't
the
forget-
French citizens.
But don't forget, Mr. Lambo, one of the supports of Marine Le Pen are Algerians, Portuguese, actually immigrants, which is, it's a contradiction, but it's true.
Yeah, but like Eric Zemmour,
Well, no,
there's
it's-
also Eric Zemmour that it's actually going to be, I think, the concurrent of Marine Le Pen in the next elections in 2027. He is Algerian. His family is from Algeria. And he is extreme right. Some say he's a racist. So it's a difficult thing. They need to clean up the suburbs. They need to really clean up the suburbs. But another thing also is that the parents of these guys need to better educated. It's also never going to happen. But I think it's a problem that's never going to be really solved.
Mr. Lambo,
Yeah,
what
man.
do you mean by that?
By what?
Clean up. We kill them. Or get rid of them.
We can't hear you, bro.
Yeah.
I
You sound
don't
like
hear
you're
you.
10 feet away.
Yeah.
What about now?
He was saying, let's kill them, let's get rid of them, which is actually...
Yeah, let's kill them. Yeah, maybe they can put back the guillotine. Don't forget, France was the last country in Europe that used the.
Remember when
It was
they
the
want
October Revolution then.
Yeah, remember that the guillotine was used by the mob, really. So it's almost a little bit inverted, like chaos is going to arrive in a guillotine
Well,
rather
actually,
than
that's not
the
true. The
guillotine
guillotine
saving
was
us.
used by the elite against other members of the elite, which is pretty much like this is the reality. If you
Yes,
have
but
the
the
power to
elite who
overthrow
took
the
control over
leaders,
the mob,
you're
right?
pretty close
And that's
to
exactly
being
what we saw in the U.S. as
okay.
well.
Okay.
To say that the
I
mob,
think-
this kind of goes back to what you were saying before, where it's, is the mob being to some extent led or kind of supported by, like conflict between elites, and one side of elites sides with the mob, empowers them, creates that sort of like anarcho tyranny sort of situation. And so, yeah, we talk about the French Revolution as if it's an uprising of the people against the king, but ultimately you do see that, yeah, there's an elite group that goes against another elite group and doesn't exchange by using the power of the mob. And so some people would ask, why don't they stop the riots and all the craziness that we see right now? And in the US, you could clearly see that people say, there's one part of our elites who's very happy to see this happen. And so they use that energy of a mob in order to kind of, revolutionize or like turn over a system.
It's
So
always
like the
true.
guillotine brings chaos. It's not going to be the symbol of order cutting down the mob. It's going to be used by the mob / elite supported mob in order to continue their chaos towards some sort of eventual place they want to go to.
In terms of macro interpretation of what is of these times, you are very correct, Typhoon, and Toby as well. But if we look in terms of micro, which is the people are empowered by a kind of protest capital. They tried once, they realize how it works. The second time they'll do it more professional. The third time they will be professionals, and the fourth time they are full-time activists. And we see that in the French society, we have had protests for a long time. It's almost in their DNA somehow. Anything in France is solved through protest on the streets and with a lot of violence within it. And the way the police solve these problems is also with violence, and it keeps.
I don't blame them.
Yeah, of course.
Well, policing is a violent enterprise, right? That's why they carry guns. It's
Quite
not like we
true.
ask police to go and look after toddlers. Those
But
people
we
are called
have-
kindergarten teachers. The police are the people who we say, can you please go and put yourself in harm's way and use violence, right, so that I can enjoy my middle-class existence. So criticizing police violence is a little bit weird. It's almost
No, it's not, Toby. It's not, because there are police science. What we see happening lately in Europe it's very strange because we have had police science for a long time. They know how to avoid these situations. They know how to deal with these situations. And they know how to provoke and make it worse. I'm going to the idea of Typhoon here as well. They know very well, and what they are doing now at the moment in the streets, they are making it just worse. Why do they want to make it worse? This is quite interesting. Perhaps some elites wants it to get bigger and bigger, and somewhere in time it will disappear. But there is a political movement here that wants this to happen as well, because police sciences tells police how do they can dissolve protest in a way that everybody gets quiet and that nothing happens. It can also do things that people get even worse. There is thousands of books and the police knows about it. So it's very strange why these things happen. Also the way the police dealt with that, I'm sorry, Mr. Lambo, that I'm not agreeing with you, although you're pretty much right in the whole narrative. But the police that dealt with that situation, he was very incompetent. He was very incompetent. He was trained how to solve this problem, but he decided to use a kind of emotional solution for the problem, which is strange.
Well, you guys probably all saw the police violence in Australia against protesters during COVID. A lot of people were shocked that this supposedly civilized country has such extreme police violence against, but it was interesting to see the reaction. Like people said, "Oh, the police are so violent." The police were doing what they were told. They were told to go and shoot rubber bullets at peaceful protesters, and everybody blamed the police. And I thought that was fascinating. Like no one in the corporate media held the politicians to account. Nobody named the politicians who gave the orders, right? So I actually have sympathy for the police. The police are working men, right, and women, right? They work for a living. They do what they're told. They're like soldiers. They do what they're told. And I find it actually like quite distasteful when the corporate media, when they're finished talking about, the glory of billionaires in one context, they then completely exclude the political class from accountability for their actions, and they blame the police for the violence. Police are violent. Right, that's what they're for. It's a violent enterprise, and
but in that context,
and nobody holds the people accountable who give the police orders. Right, so this is why I don't like talking about police violence, because really, police violence is political violence. Right.
In that situation, wouldn't the Australian media be looking for who to praise because they were on the side of the crackdown against the COVID protesters, so they'd be in favor? Or is that like mistaken? I'm from the US. So all I see is that
Australia is a corporate wonderland, right? It's like textbook fascism. It's what the rest of the world is going to get. The corporate media here fall over themselves to praise anything that the people who lend money to our government want. It's embarrassing, right? But at the same time, we're getting that everywhere, right? This is just corporate control of society.
We have that in Germany as well.
Yeah, we have it ever in the globe, right? We have this corporate wonderland. Corporations buy our politicians, and we're told that like they're not getting what they pay for. If there's one thing that a corporation is going to do, right? A corporation is only going to pay an invoice a second time if they get what they paid for, right? A corporation that makes ice cream is not going to pay a milk supplier twice if they don't get the milk the first time. So when corporations are donating to our political parties and they do it again and again, it's because they're getting what they paid for. And if someone else has paid for your representative, they're not your representative anymore. So this is just a fundamental fact. We don't have democracy. We have ruled by corporations because corporations are able to buy the political parties. I don't even see why that's controversial. You don't have to be more than 8 years old with a functioning brain to see that. And so this is why there's such real resentment of the corporate media, because those people represent the shareholders of banks. They don't represent the people and they don't tell the truth. And I think that is actually true globally. I don't even see that that's controversial or contentious.
I just want to say something to Mr. Lambo. Remember, Mr. Lambo, when you said that we need to get rid of them. So what do you mean? Like kill them? Send them back to Africa? or what? The other thing, when these people apply for France, they are French. When they are asking for human rights, they are fucking immigrants and needs to go back where they come from.
Yeah, so
That's all.
they still have the double nationality. So that is a woman like Le Pen going to say, we send them back to their native country, blah blah blah, where the parents are born, or blah blah. It's what you can do. You can arrest them, punish them, put them in jail. They're going to come out of jail and go doing the same thing again. Maybe I hope they've been educated well again to not do it and to start a new life. But these, if you have, so they're living in groups and they're going to follow what the others do. Le Pen, people like Le Pen of extreme right going to say, yeah, we need to send them back to their country where they belong, they because they have double nationality. So you need to know also, like you can vote for Belgium and the same people going to vote for Turkey or for Morocco, depending where they are coming from. So it's so that is a thing that people like Le Pen want to do. They don't going to kill them. No, they don't going to. It's you need to have a new Hitler for that. Hope never comes, but that can be a danger for that also. You need to consider also that a woman like Le Pen can be very gentle.
Stop blaming Le Pen. She's not in power.
She's not in power, but she's going to
where
be
the fuck
in
is
power.
Macron? Where the
She'll
fuck is
never be in
Macron?
power.
Be in power.
I don't think she'll ever be in
Macron
power.
does do shit. What does Macron for the moment do? Nothing.
Yes,
Nothing,
exactly, Mr.
nothing,
Lambo.
nothing.
You don't address the problem, the social problem that is behind it. You keep
No, but I'm
having
just
these
addressing at the
riots. You
people
keep
that want to have the.
complaining. You keep, not you, but in general, people keep complaining about them being double nationality, being wanting to be North Africans, whatever. But the problem they have, like we were talking about youth problems, which are very good ones, were very good problems. We managed to discuss a lot, and it explains a lot of of what we have here. And also, if you look at the pictures, are they just younger people in the riot when it gets very bad? Yes, but in the protests, because there were many protests, and not all of them are violent, not all of them are riots, and you see there are also normal French people there. It's not just North Africans.
No,
you
not
see, the
no,
problem
what's
is the
happening
pictures they show in the television. Those pictures are intentionally created to do that. It was the same time when it was the yellow vests problems. They were just showing the riots. They were not showing the normal people protesting for better living conditions. When we had the thing about the 2 years, also in France, increasing 2 years the age of reform, you just saw riots, but that's not true. Most people were quite civilized in the way they were doing it.
But that is what the press do. The press just show the bad thing.
Exactly.
Only
exactly.
That.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I thought it was pretty funny. On this side of the pond, that they just referred to this kid who got shot like of North African descent. Like they didn't even go through the trouble of figuring out which country he was from, and it didn't matter because it was just like, yeah, of North African descent. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, I remember when France. I remember when France won the World Cup in Russia. Everyone will say Africans won the World Cup. The white French people came out now. They are French.
Yeah, of course.
They
but the
are
problem
French.
Is, for me, they need to stop the double nationality.
For you to be French, you need to do something good for the country.
For me, one solution is, for the beginning, like you're born in France and still you can have a double nationality. What the fuck is that?
I agree.
You're born in
Shouldn't
France,
have dual
you're
nationalities. Absolutely, 100%.
Well, I guess the difficulty with that is it's up to the. I mean,
yeah.
so long as France allows multiple nationalities, I guess it's like I only know about this because
like I immigrated to the U.S. as a kid, and so ultimately I had to get rid of my old nationality because the old country wouldn't allow it, but the U.S. would allow me to have double nationality. And so I don't see a mechanism where a country can say can ban you or bar you from having another. Like, so long as they allow double nationality, like I don't see like an additional mechanism anywhere where they're going to be able to exclude you from having that other one. I mean, they could pass laws for it, but I don't think it works that way
I
anymore.
agree. Yeah, I agree.
Another
But I
thing.
also agree with Lambo. I think like as a general global rule, the idea of dual nationality has never really, I've never really understood it, because how do you be loyal to multiple countries? So I kind of with you there. I think the Chinese have that, right?
Another thing that needs to be said. People need to stop blaming the far right for this kind of thing. Because how many countries in the West is ruled by the far right? How many?
They're not blaming far rights.
They always do. The media always do.
What they do now is to say, we need the far right. We need the far right to solve the problem. Because the government now can't do it. And you have people, and that's why I'm referring Le Pen, that's saying, I have the solution. I have the solution.
Le Pen is female. If you're far right, you don't believe in females in
Hey,
politics.
she's daughter of Jean-Marie Le Pen. What a fucking racist first class. She's daughter of Jean-Marie Le Pen. She just succeeded. And there is another Le Pen in the party
That's
of
how
Zimou.
far left the right has come.
Well, you can't really blame the right when do you know the story about Martha's Vineyard and the immigrants that were tried to be placed there? What happened? They wound up getting escorted by that community into a military base. Basically, that's where they kept them there because the community, which of course, if you know United States, Martha's Vineyard is a mecca of liberal politicians. That's where they all have summer homes. They did not want those people within their community. So they were great at pumping it out in virtue signaling. But when it came to their community living by the rules they were forcing on others, they basically had the people removed. They were Venezuelans. You can look it up. Tucker Carlson just talked about it on his recent video. And that's kind of a problem because I think what it comes down to is that, assimilation is a two-way street. Both parties have to kind of want to meet in the middle where one culture is going to allow another one in, and the other culture isn't going to come in with, big old clogs stomping around all over the person's house like they own it already. And that's kind of the problem. People are being forced into an issue where this is kind of what's being forced to happen, and it's creating the tension, I believe.
And I think this is that's also some earlier people were saying how in each successive generation or something, there's like new immigrant groups that get incorporated, but it's tricky to consider the dynamics of like Mehdi, you were saying like you were in, your family comes from Ireland going far back, like the dynamics of what immigration means at that point versus in the modern day, where the idea of assimilation is something that people see as like, at least if you look at the left politics in the US, assimilation is seen as like some sort of attack on identity that's like a right extremist, like nationalist sort of thing that has to be gotten rid of. And that, I can't speak exactly for maybe Waqar might know, or someone who's done studies product, but that certainly wouldn't have been the case probably like 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Like, so we don't even have a mechanism to integrate people now. In the way that we might have maybe
we had, yes, that's quite true. Societies always had mechanisms of integrating new people, and it was always normal to have new people coming in. The thing is that we lost that the moment we tried to make it more sociological, and we tried to talk, and politicians were talking about integration and using integrative mechanism, and the left, or the new left, decided to create what Typhon was saying. That is like an abuse, just to think about integrating, not respecting the other culture's existence. And
So
go on.
So
Sorry.
in Singapore, I can show you, because Singapore is pretty extreme. Singapore do not allow dual citizenship, which means if you want to become a Singapore citizen, you have to give up whatever, and you need to prove it. So there's just now, Typhoon, I think it's Typhoon mentioned about, like there's no mechanism to stop you from having another one, even though this country don't allow. In Singapore, you have to prove it. You have to have the paper to show that you gave up. If not, they will not give you the citizenship. That means between you giving up and you getting the Singapore citizenship, there will be these few hours you are a stateless person. This is a Singapore system, and it's because Singapore is such a small place. To give up your citizenship to be Singaporean is a huge decision, and they force you into this decision because Singapore is a small place. Because we need people to really commit to the country, and that's how Singapore operates. And in terms of integration, just like for example, the public housing I was talking about earlier, there is actually quotas for the races. So there is, because the majority race is Chinese, so every single apartment block there is a percentage that is allocated to minorities. So if the quota is not full or something like that, the Chinese cannot buy the minority. They cannot buy any apartment in this particular block. There must be a certain percentage that is minority owned, and we force integration between all the different races and culture, and that's how we do our multiracial or multicultural integration, and that's why we have our harmony.
Wait. What you're talking about in Singapore is that you respect the existence of different, you even called it race, not ethnic groups. And but we were not, what we see in Europe most of the times when we talk about integration is that people like Chinese would have to become French, would have to become Portuguese, they have to become Germans. They have to learn the language perfectly in order to integrate. They have to be extracted of anything, any sign on them that shows that they are Muslim, or that
not too sure.
Show they are Muslims, they are Chinese or whatever.
Really? Do you really do that? I'm not sure. In Singapore,
you're not allowed to use a vowel in certain institutions in France or even in Germany as well.
I mean, we used to do that as well. So by right in
UK,
you're not allowed to put the tudong. They call it tudong. So the Muslim veil is only allowed recently because work culture slowly seeping into Singapore. But in the past, it's also not allowed because it is a uniform. The uniform is a uniform. There's a meaning. The only ethnic group or religion that allows something special is the Sikh. The Sikh, the Sikh, that the Indian Sikh, because for them it's different. They will go to war or they will die if you tell them to not have this turban. So that
is because they're not Muslim. They don't allow because they're not Muslim. That's it.
They're also not Muslim. So
it sounds funny, but it's true.
No, for Muslims, we have in Singapore we allow the Muslim to have 4 wives. So there is special cases. So there is special cases, but of course
nuts. Wait, 4 but not 5.
No, 4 but not 5. Yeah, correct. But the thing is, there is conditions because there is Islamic rules.
In UK, you allowed to have more than one nation, more than one passport.
But guess what? But guess what?
Go on, Dan.
I just want to say that I want to talk about, because I have to go soon. I want to talk about the offensive in Ukraine, and I want to talk about.
There is no offensive anymore. There is no offensive anymore.
But that's what I was going to say. But that's what I was going to say, boss. It's my goodbye. There's absolutely nothing going on. You ruined my freaking surprise. There's nothing going on the offensive.
But what do you think? What do you think about the new idea that is coming from Ukraine of using a huge amount of people at once and go through? This is like the thing they are trying to bring to build up.
Yeah. So when you use all of your people, when you use that many people, you look. I'll put it in the only way I can say it. If I would have used that tactic and got all my drivers and all my logistic people and all my desk workers and said, "Hey, you're part of the infantry now. We're gonna go attack who's going to support us? Those guys are not going to know what to do. They're going to die faster than me. Nobody's going to be able to support us. I mean, Ukraine basically has been doing that for the most part. You don't really see them being able to pull anything off. Anyways, all I had to say is that I'm just glad it's almost
for the
over.
Polish to move in, right?
They knew that when they stopped that.
Yeah, I know. It's horrible. Thank you guys for having an awesome conversation. I'll see you guys next time.
Get a row up here.
Wakar, you have been with your finger all the time. Go on.
Yeah, you're muted, by the way. Just in case.
Yeah,
He's talking to his wife.
would you want to address the issue of demographics or Ukraine? Because Ukraine came. So I think we can address the issue of immigration. Pakistanis also on South Asian, have a lot of migration toward the west, but there is also migration taking place from the region. You'll be surprised, like we have almost 3 million Afghans because Afghanistan remains unstable. Now we even have Syrians. Some of them are doing very good business. We have Uzbeks, and we have almost 1 million, Bengalis or Biharis, basically, from Bangladesh. So, and when the Iranian Revolution took place, there were Iranians who came and settled there because it was very closer. So I think the mass mobilization or immigration is a universal concept depending on where is the stability, and now there are economic migrants. So that is, and we are handling it. Like Afghan, the time when there is a pressure, people would say, they brought this Kalashnikov culture and smuggling, but they are kind of assimilated. And now it is their, I think, third generation, which is brought up in Pakistan, and there's a lot of movement across. So there are 3 million Afghans at present in Pakistan. But we also have 10 million Pakistanis working in the West, and in Middle East. So I think this is a phenomena. Now the Ukraine war has also triggered migration, mind you. I think millions of people have left, and this is added to Europe's demographics. I want to just highlight the issue of Portugal, in case I think Povo can highlight, because I think 300,000 Pakistanis have applied for, getting Portuguese visa or something, and you have to pay like almost 300,000 euros to get set, because there are a lot of areas where they need people. So there's a net requirement in Europe of people to come and work and sustain the system. We went to Greece, in 2005 in a study tour, and we had discussion with the Ministry of External Affairs, and then they said that there were like 100,000 Pakistanis and it was a problem. Then I asked them that why would you allow the smuggling, the human smuggling into, because there were a lot of Greek rackets and Turkish boats will come and they would allow it, and they'll make a lot of money, millions of dollars. And then we came to know in 2005 that Europe needed almost 150 million people for next decade. That was 2005, to sustain its economy. So there is, I think, also issue of net immigration requirement. The problem is of definitely assimilation. So some of the cultures, they get integrated very quickly, some don't. And the Americans use the word that instead of becoming a melting pot, it's becoming a salad bowl. And now I think even North America, Canada is also becoming a salad bowl. I don't know whether it becomes a melting pot. So these are international trends, and this migration is, as I discussed, is because of demographics also. I think I mentioned that in UK, 24/7 system of working in the stores, especially in the private sector, came because of South Asians, because South Asians came. And now I think if you look at the political power the immigrant is now getting in some of the countries, this is creating, there's a theory of white shift which has come in Europe. Please study that. Why people are talking of white shift? Because the original, I would say, resident of Europe, which is basically white, and let's not be ashamed of saying that, they feel that they are now scorned by the immigrants. Now, if they look at UK's Prime Minister, is a Pakistani-born Hindu. Mind you, his grandfather was from Pakistan. Basically, he's also of Indian origin. You have a vice president of Indian origin in the United States. And same is, I think, going to happen in most of Western countries because of this phenomena. There's a serious imbalance, and so there are reasons like immigrants would like to continue with their family system. They will definitely have, especially if they are Muslim, they will have 3 to 4 kids. And if you compare it with the, as somebody mentioned, the aging population of the West, they will not have, because like some of the countries are below replacement level as far as the fertility rate is concerned, and it's a Rubicon. Like some countries have crossed. That's why I refer to Brad Buchanan's book. Came in 2005 because of this demographic. One, there are going to be social problems of assimilation, and then there are going to be political power struggle because immigrants, second, third generation will be rising, levels, and maybe then they start. Like you have a lot of mayors from Pakistan and India and UK. I don't know about rest of Europe. I know that now in Brussels, in I think in Scandinavian countries, yeah, I don't know about the France, but there are certain political, Pakistanis who have now become some ministers or something, or Indians or Chinese or whatever. So this is, I think, a constant phenomena which was not addressed in the 60s. There was a demand, the development of Europe at times, entire America was built by, like Canada is being built by the immigrants. And if you go to any Canadian locality, you cannot, I think, identify that this belongs to which community because there's so many people. So this is the root cause. Now comes, the instability in North Africa. Now, why the West would like to destabilize Libya, one of the best state in Africa, best welfare state under Gaddafi. If you got married, you got 50,000 US dollars to sustain the family. You had free education, almost free fuel, and it is not very large in terms of demographic. In terms of area, it is. Why you would go and destabilize Libya? I mean, for what? Why would you try to bring these Arab Springs? Let the country, and now who's destabilized Ukraine? We can discuss it at length. That could have sustained, and now you have a lot of immigrants from Ukraine going to West. It will, I think, create some problems later on. So far, you can say that they are being assimilated. So you have to look at the policy also. One, you have a demographic balance, and now you are accentuating that by creating chaos. They tried it in Egypt. It's a very large. Can you imagine Egypt was not stabilized, and you had like 10 million Egyptians crossing the Mediterranean and jumping into Europe. So you tried to destabilize Iraq, you tried to destabilize Syria, and these are fringes of Mediterranean. And then we've suffered because of instability in Afghanistan, and then there was the effect on that. So I think if you look at President Putin's formula to settle Ukraine, I think they would have done it peacefully. But there you force it upon other countries, including the lifestyle. And then there is a butterfly effect, a strategic migration takes place. There's also this global warming, and in the long run, people are saying that the central part, like South Asia or Central Africa, is going to become so hot that people are going to migrate because of environment, and the only sustainable areas will be towards the north, like Russia, like maybe Greenland and Iceland and Canada. So these will be areas which attract. So maybe that phenomena comes after 50 years. So these are, I think, trends, but definitely nobody can support the violence. People should realize when they own a country. I've traveled to France, twice. I've been to a lot of European countries, and there was never a problem of any discrimination. But these are some of the root causes because of which this is taking place. And at times, the local population, like in our case, when there is, especially in the bordering region, any disturbance, generally people try to blame the Afghans. Maybe they've got nothing to do with it. That they are bringing that culture and this culture, despite having same faith, but still you have these tensions. And now the Afghans are into businesses. The Afghans are in one of the states, most of the transport is run by Afghan. So they are very hardworking people, and so these are, I think, the underlining reasons, and what you see is a reaction. But definitely, social media, disruptive technologies, you always mention, because when Macron said the parents and all that, I think in the social media is definitely one factor. It happened in Pakistan also. That any wave of protests or action against the state will be because of ability of people to group through digital and social media. You can just give a call. There are WhatsApp groups in India with membership of more than 2 million. You'll be surprised. 2 million people on one WhatsApp group. And same is true in Pakistan. It runs to thousands. You can rally, thousands of people with just one click, and they'll be there, in case you have, let's say, worked on their mindset. Of course, there are economic problems related to 1 versus 99%. This is becoming, I think, universal. Less those states. I would still praise China, Singapore, Middle East. Time I feel that, like even Russia, as I think Dan was mentioning, that you are not allowed to have chaos. Like in Middle East, they have a very practical formula. They don't give you citizenship. You can work there till you are 60. So you can go as a youngster, earn money, but when you're 60, you go back to your country. I don't know. Maybe they allow certain very, very rich businessmen to continue. But otherwise, they will require people to come, and even Middle East was built by immigrants. You will be surprised that in UAE, the immigrants, outweigh the local Arab by 1:30. Can you imagine a state where there are 29 immigrants and one Arab, and still it's being managed because of laws, stringent control? So these are, I think, some of the means that states have adopted. There's a lot of criticism of Middle East that why don't you allow a guy, spend 30 years in your country? Oh, no, that is the law. But they
It's
are
not an immigrant,
outnumbered
that's
by
a slave.
1:30. Yes. So these are, I think, some of the things, the larger question. But definitely what is happening is unfortunate. The other thing is the rise of, I would still call it the Nazi ideology or Nazism rebirth. And now because of Russia-Ukraine war, it's being given a fillip. It's being propagated and it is permeating into right wing. And this is dangerous that on one side you have immigrants supported by the left, like I think these yellow vests were not like Algerian, they were common French. And then you are pitched against the right wing, which is now getting fillip. I think this is going to spread in case it's not controlled into, Benelux countries or maybe Germany, because, like here we had a heated debate. At time people get flared up, and genuinely so, because you see it happening. But we should look at the underlying reason, and I think states have to address that. I don't know how Portugal addresses when they are now asking for people to come and settle down, because I know in Italy there are a lot of villages which are empty, and maybe Portugal it is the same. There are certain agricultural land they would like. In Canada they have a lot of land. Even Russia would require people to, go and do agriculture, work in the industries. So these are some of the advantages that the West also took, and the immigrants also got a very good lifestyle. But this was your net result. So, and then of course is universal use of social media. So these are, I think, my points related. I've done, I think, 5, 6 papers. Demographics is one of my research areas, and so I'll just put up this. I'm not favoring any community. This is very bad that you go in any country, it gives you food and shelter, and then you start revolting against. This is very, very bad, condemnable. But these are, I think, my points.
Well, Kar, can I ask you a question? Actually, I've had my hand up, and you actually drove right into where I was going. I drive for a soup kitchen during the day, Monday or Tuesday through Friday. Anyway, and they were talking about, and the reason why I know a little bit about what's going on in Lewiston and shit like that is because the resources are starting to get stretched down there, where the local community, they had enough social services to be able to handle the people that were there, but all of a sudden come in like 3 times as many that would need social services than can be supplied to these people. And that's like when what was it? There that city in the UK where basically the population just doubled almost overnight. No, and the social services or any services in that area wasn't built for it. And it's like it's all getting crammed down our throats too fast, and it's causing so much friction. It's just making it worse and worse, because what happens is you have 2 communities and 2 cultures fighting for the same resources. You know what? You're going to go with the gang, and that kind of does it, because sometimes if you can't get it alone, you'll get it as a group. And I'm saying, like, politically, I'm not saying you go out and actually steal it. I want to be very clear about that. But the political alliances will help out your community, and that will further divide it. Is that what that kind of where your study goes with it? It's really a stretch on resources in the areas where it's not ready to happen. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. I think all the more reason. That's why you need stability. Somebody said that you cannot build, palaces and castles as an island in an ocean of poverty. You cannot do it because you cannot survive. So one was, of course, already. Now look at the movement like Brexit, why it was happening, demographics, and then there were other countries. I think there was effort by Greece also, and this call, I think, in France of Brexit, maybe it is accentuated, used as a political tool. Why? Because, one was, I think it has been accentuated in last 2 decades. One was the Arab Spring and North MENA region being destabilized and immigration getting into Europe through, whatever means, illegal means. Then came Russia-Ukraine war. So you are basically creating instability and adding to already a serious problem, demographic problem. So you have net migration, which you cannot stop. Like in Afghanistan, there was instability. And at the peak of Afghan war, there were 5 million Afghanis. 5 million is very big. I think we were the largest importers of immigrants because we couldn't stop them crossing the border, because then it's a matter of humanity and survival. And no army could stop it. The border. You can fence it, you can fire on them. It never happened. But then they will, because it's a migration because of unusual circumstances. The same has happened with Europe. I don't know. Somebody's calculated how many Ukrainians are today have migrated to Europe. I don't know. I'm sure they must be. It's almost 1/5 of their population is displaced. So that has added to almost. Yeah, same is true in North Africa. Nobody's calculated how many Libyans, less Iraqis, then you have Syrians. I think Syria is 1/4 of population is living outside Syria, and like 3 million are in Turkey, but I'm sure 3 million have crossed over to Europe. So these are the kind of thing that what is the policy at global level by the so-called neocons? How do they drive instability, and what do you get out of it? They thought they could engage Russia and scuttle its economy, and the pressure is now on the West. Energy crisis, food crisis, because the globe is interlinked. You cannot disrupt the supply chain and all. So I think it's too much complicated. But I still feel that yes, resources will always be less, and there'll be more people, and then even services sector. Uh, I'll just elaborate. I've studied the services sector in the West, even in the US. Who runs services sector and why? Mostly it's being run by and manned by Asians, or maybe some, let's say, Middle Eastern countries or Turkey, because of this imbalanced demographic profile. Uh, like in our case, the mean average age is like 25 years in Pakistan, but I'm sure in certain countries it has crossed 40 or maybe 50 years. So on the top of the pyramid, which is inverted, you have like 25% of population is above, let's say, 75 years. So who's going to look after? You require youth, the nurses, the people who would manage the nursing homes, or even like I know in US, is an old guy. I've been to Monterey in California for training, and it was mostly settled by old people, retiree. It was a retiree community. Rich retiree people would live there. Let's say there was an old guy whose son and daughter is living maybe somewhere else. He's all alone, and he falls in a bathroom, washroom. So what he does is because he just has a number, so he dials it, and an Indian girl picks up in Bangalore and then starts evacuating him. Through services system in the US. So she will tell the hospital to send.
Maybe if I think
I think he's frozen. I think
he
he's
got
frozen.
censored. He got censored by the
Yeah.
There's a disruption.
government.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah. Now. Yeah. So this services sector in US, UK, I think 60% of economy. Why?
Could you go back? You froze on us. Could you go back to the point where the person went into the hospital?
Yeah. So I was just saying that how does the services sector, at times I would just wonder why there are so many call centers in India and Pakistan. And what do they do? They connect calls. Then when I went in, then I realized, no, it is just for services of the old people. So if old guy has fallen into a bathroom in California and he's all alone, again, it's matter of demographics. Like in my case, my father and mother died in my house. My father was 92 and my mother was like 88. But when they were old, so we lived as a, and I expect my children, like I have my like 3 sons. So when I get old, so they'll look after me. So, but I think this is also under stress in Pakistan because now we have old homes coming in Pakistan. But in the West, probably this was accentuated. So the evacuation is being done by an Indian or a Pakistani girl or a boy who's sitting in Bangalore or Islamabad. So this old guy just dials a number, and rest is all done by them. So now they will call, in Monterey, the ambulance service. So they'll go and they'll tell him that this is the house number, because maybe the guy only can make a call. He's broken his arm or something. So it's just an example of our services sector. Your tickets for tours, your shopping, like if you're going to Walmart, this girl will arrange, she tell the Walmart that old guy is coming, and this is the shopping list, and maybe she has access to his credit card. That's why this credit card fraud came up, and it came to, I think South Asia, especially Indian, made $10 billion out of credit card frauds. So this is where we have probably reached, and there is a need to. And when you say like Russia is now encouraging young marriages, it is to basically address the demographics. So it's very, very deep, I would say. And what you see is basically the symptoms, and it's very, very unfortunate, but here we are. So that's my study of the demographics, and we can keep on discussing it.
Are you guys listening?
Go ahead.
I think Taifan wanted to talk first. He has been having his finger.
Yeah, just it's not so relevant anymore. But essentially, one of the things that you're seeing from the demographics, it goes back to earlier on. Toby was saying that when people are hungry, they're going to be in the streets, and I think that as almost a warning of like you're going to get these kind of riots when people are hungry. And I think that there's a really strange thing where it's almost as if they're going to create these riots and create this sort of instability, and then we're going to have, and they're basically destabilizing themselves with the riots on the front end and then the difficulty on the back end. And it's not simply just like, in the US, we're seeing that destabilization where like riots lead to a situation where people are going to be moving out of big cities, then big cities' tax base is dropped, and all of a sudden there's no money to pay for all those services, kind of like what Mehdi was mentioning of, you've got tons of people who have a need, and the middle class who's paying to kind of support it with their taxes leaves, and now the thing collapses. And what you're seeing in Europe, like if people go back to the 2019 UK elections, one of the big things that they were talking about was how the NHS was really buckling under the weight of having brought in so many people who weren't, paying to contribute to that tax base. Yet we're demanding resources, or we're needing resources, and they would treat people regardless of their status, just so long as they appeared in the hospitals. And the last time I was in France, it was like my mother-in-law was telling me that she was really lucky to get a dentist appointment, and I asked her why. It sounded kind of strange. Like they're not in a small town. I've heard 5-10 years ago that small towns don't have dentists, but now it's gotten to a point over there where like dentists, doctors, they're so stressed that you can live in like the equivalent of a suburb of Seattle over in France. And like people don't want to take on that job because the government is kind of defining what your pay is based off of the benefits that they have to give out. And ultimately there's so much stress. Yeah, there's so much stress on exactly. There's so much stress on them that they drop out of it, and the system starts to deteriorate. Those benefits that people were expecting back in the day are no longer there for them. And I think that that's something that's very, very interesting about the point where we are right now, where part of at the beginning, Waqar had mentioned this sort of activity that say like neocons or like US military interest do in other countries and potentially destabilize other regions, have people kind of migrate and leave. End up in Europe, and then the benefit systems end up getting destabilized, and those countries are destabilized. Not even if we take away any sort of riots and violence and that sort of thing, just the simple math of bringing in a bunch of people who are maybe net negative contributors to the tax base, essentially taking out more government services than they're actually paying forward, because often you have people who, they're not speaking French and they're migrated to France, or they don't really have any necessary skills, so it takes some time in order to level up. So yeah, ultimately that's all I wanted to jump in and say, that the demographic changes that have been kind of not simply from an aging population, but also from destabilization in other places, people flooding in or taking the opportunity to flood in, and then how that puts a stress on their social benefit systems, and that essentially leads towards that situation that that Toby was mentioning. Like at the very beginning, I mentioned that when they're trying to subsidize the energy increases that are result of like the Ukraine war, then that creates more stress on their accounts. As I understand it, I imagine that would have been something that went into consideration for the retirement age delay. And then you get protests and riots after that age delay. So all of these things are kind of coming together and destabilizing the system.
So I wanted to answer a bit to Walker, because he mentioned Portugal. And I wanted to make some interesting contrasts. Well, in a way, I think the reasons why immigrants are coming are similar to almost all Western countries are becoming there. But the way that migrants are accepted and integrated, or the society opens the door for them to come in, it's very different from country to country. And we see huge difference in each countries. And that's why something like what happened in France would be more difficult to happen in Portugal. It happens, and Voz do Povo knows that. It happens sometimes in Portugal, but it's more difficult to happen in Portugal. Why? Because it's the incoming culture, the amphitryon, the guest, not the guest, what do you call it? The amphitryon culture also plays a big role. Is it this culture open to have new cultures around, or the other way around? And this is a process that happened in most of Europe, but didn't happen in Portugal. Portugal is perhaps the oldest state nation in the world. We are Portuguese almost since the 1143 when the country was created. We never had a problem to deal with different cultures. Well, people were coming all the time. We had immigrants in our history. We had always had immigrants coming. But
you invented that.
Yes, but in a way we didn't question the idea that Portugal doesn't exist just in the paper. It existed, that's it. We didn't have to question. But we forget that in Europe we had this age of nations, the creation of nation state. And in many of these countries, especially the ones that made this process later, they do have a problem with immigrants, although they always were immigrants. But we forget that it was just perhaps 70 years ago that they exterminated everybody around. They exterminated in the process of creating a nation state. In Poland, we just have Poles. In Czech Republic, we just have Czechs. In Germany, we just have Germans. This process was not long ago. In Portugal, it started that way. It's the only country in Europe that had these. All other countries had many ethnic groups inside, and they coexisted for a long time. And then they created this idea of nation state, that in a nation you have to have a language, ethnic group, and that makes that country. And this process was very, very bad. In France, we have what some people were calling the civic nationalism. Yeah, the civic nationalism actually is a creation of the French Revolution, and the idea was that everybody, there was many ethnic groups in France. The Languedoc, Occitan, the Normandy, whatever. There were really loads of ethnic groups, but the French Revolution had this problem, and it was like, do we allow people to have their little cultural groups, or everybody has to follow a line? So they created the education system, a very structured education system that everybody had to follow. In order for you to become a French citizen, because you have to participate in the revolution, you have to have all these mechanisms that makes everybody equal. You have to speak the same language. You have to learn it in the same schools. Follow all these. Everybody follows the same process. Doesn't matter. Of course, it's a dream. It's an illusion, but that was their point. And then we have the other countries more to the east of Europe, which had this process much later. And the way they did it was just to exterminate their neighbors. That was the reason they did it. So I think, but this is one of the things I wanted to comment. I will come back, and then we have what Toby was saying, many other people were saying, which is this instability of creating waves of migrants to come to Europe, because we have a problem in Europe, which is demographic, but we have many structural problems everywhere. Somehow our system is falling apart. So we need people for the new modern agriculture, tourism. Local people are not prepared to work for those wages, for those times. So they need immigrants to come and work almost secretly. There are huge waves in Portugal. This has been a scandal. It's like the country didn't know there were so many people being brought to the farms and working in horrible conditions. Our population, but in many countries, like in Greece, this is known and nobody gets revolted. But it's interesting, and in Portugal,
it's happened right now in UK. Right now in UK,
it's horrible.
Right
they bring
now,
people like they were slaves. They close them from the eyes of the other, and they work in these in these farms. Then we have the industry. Many heavy industry also can't get people, and they need. That's why North African was needed, because they have a kind of upper education level for everybody. Then we had a problem that someone was talking about, welfare. Many countries don't have enough nurses. They don't, because the population is aging. They need personnel for even medics, doctors. But the big problem now are nurses, are basic healthcare workers. They don't have it, and they are trying to bring as many people as you can. Germany will give you. It's very difficult to get inside of Europe, but if you are open to work in the welfare state, in the health industry, you'll get a visa immediately. It's impressive. Then we also have the tourism. In many countries, tourism has become a big industry, like Portugal, France, the south of, and they need they don't have it. This industry needs a lot of handwork, and they don't need it. So they bring Portugal actually. The Pakistanis will work most. It's small business, but those businesses are orientated for tourism, for instance. That's where Pakistanis mostly work in Portugal. Unfortunately, the Bangladeshis are the ones in the farms. And now, the very interesting way is like we see this process in all countries in Europe. Almost all countries in Europe need handworking. Why do we see some countries being more against than others? And I was saying about it's in the process. It's in their cultural process they did. For instance, Poland is very anti-immigrants, but they need immigrants like crazy. But in a way, that's why they prefer Ukrainians. Because Ukrainians are disguised in the society. They look almost like Poles. So that's also an explanation. Blue eyes. Yes, and they have blue eyes. But the
blonde
Poles,
hair.
Yeah, the Poles were doing this on purpose. The Poles integrated these people. They gave them jobs immediately, like nobody else. They wanted these Ukrainians to come. They are, and if you look at who are the biggest supporters of the Ukrainian war, it's the Poles. It makes sense.
Well, I don't know. Listen, if I can say a couple of comments here, and then
go on. I talk too much. Go on.
Okay, so like whenever I enter a discussion about immigration and nationalism, I find it really useful to put myself in the shoes of the Australian Aboriginal or the Apache Indian, right? Because what is Australian nationalist identity and what is Australian culture has been changing so fast, right? That you have to come to the conclusion that there's no such thing. And so we have these absurd situations in Australia where second-generation immigrants are saying, stop the boat people, stop the boat people. And then imagine you're an Aboriginal and you see some white dude in Australia saying, stop the boat people, right? You know, like the level of absurdity is off the charts, right? And so I always put myself in the position of the Australian Aboriginal, and I understand that nationalism is nonsense. It's nonsense on stilts. And as Prada was hinting, right, the age of nationalism was where people created fake nations in order to create stability. And Ukraine is the perfect example of that in the modern time.
Yes, out of space.
Right. Well, no, but here's the interesting thing about Ukraine. Not only is Ukraine a very recently created nation, it was created by the Soviet Communist Party out of pieces of countries that were being punished after the Second World War. The Soviet communists took a large part of Russia, they took a little bit of Romania, they took a little bit of Hungary, and they took a large part of what used to be the Austro-Hungarian Empire in Poland. Now, Poland is also a fake nation. It was created out of the Austro-Hungarian
Don't
Empire.
say that loud, Toby, for the love of God.
Listen, I'm going to offend everybody here, because what I'm saying is, if you believe in nation, right? If you're a nationalist of any stripe, you're basically like, you know, cross between an insane man and a simpleton, because you don't have to think very hard to understand how stupid nationalism is. In the end, right, people have always migrated. In the beginning, there were nomads and they followed the seasonal food supplies. This idea that there is such a thing as a national identity, this is an artificial construct, right? And what I have seen in Australia, the hypocrisy of it is brutal. And in the end, what you're doing is you're asking people to conform to a fantasy, right? Now, if you can get everybody to do it, then you're going to get a cohesive culture. But it's going to be bloody, it's going to be violent, it's going to be oppressive, right? Because you're silencing everybody's story of their actual origins. And now you can see it very, very clearly in a country like Australia, but also America. And I think that, you know, what Waka said something very interesting before, which was the distinction between a melting pot and a salad bowl, right? And so if you want to create a nation, you have to melt everybody down into the new one thing. But see, that terrifies me, because who gets to say what that new one thing is, right? And what kind of person wants to create a new one thing? That's someone who has no respect for heritage, no interest in the variety of humanity's story. And it's a particularly soulless enterprise, right? It's a bit like treating everybody like they're just a component in the machine that you're putting together, right? It's a very, very aggressive way of treating other human beings. You know, this idea that your godlike vision of what should be the national identity should be forced on other people, because we shouldn't make any mistake. If you want to build a nation, right, it means you are forcing people to conform.
Yeah.
And so this is why I think, you know, when we talk about immigration and the problems of immigration, I find this pretty distasteful, because if you get 10 nationalists in a room together and ask them to define what is the nation and the culture, you're going to get 10 different answers. In the end, culture is something you scrape off the top of yogurt. And a human being is a human being no matter where they come from. And so I think it's kind of anti-human to embrace nationalism as the answer to humanity's problems.
If you ask that question,
is how you create your fantasy, you know.
If you ask a question about nationalism in France, so maybe you'll get 10 different answers, but they'll all be in French though. And the scatter or the variation between those answers is going to be existing in a context that, like, you know, incorporates their views of, like, I don't know, Napoleon a couple centuries before and the revolution and what, like, there is a context that people are operating under. And this is, it's that sort of thing where you won't have a single idea, but you can definitely see that at times there's conflicts between ideas that are much further apart than where the discussion was before. We see this in the US, where it's like people can have disagreements and maybe imagine that, like, you know, decades ago we were disagreeing on like high level political ideas, but like the fundamental ideas of what is the truth or what is a man and what is a woman weren't things that we're disagreeing on. So it's that idea that you can have people operating in a shared context and have a lot less discord, because there's even like the disagreement is on some small kernel in the center, and there's so much around it that people just take for granted. That's all about like how you disagree, what's a valid way of argumentation, what's the role of power versus truth in the sort of conversation that you're having. So I can definitely, you know, I hear your point on the idea that sometimes these things are quite arbitrary, especially in new countries like Australia or America. But there is a thing that people are there is a thing that exists that is sometimes loosely defined, but people have something in mind when they say, like, if you say like Britain or something, if you try and an idea of like tying that back from this succession of like political leaders, you even have some places where maybe it's not the exact same political unit. Like France is on like their fifth republic, and so it's not even the same form of government continually since the revolution. But you could still make some sort of claim to people of a shared history that can, in some places, go back to like 2,000 years ago when Julius Caesar is like crossing the Alps to go after them. It's just to say that it's not completely flimsy and as silly as an Australian who's essentially like Al Pacino at the beginning of Scarface, like sent over as a criminal to a place to inhabit it, versus someone who's been there for like, I don't know, someone who's speaking in a context that's been established and built up over like centuries and centuries. Like, and then, but lastly, I do agree on the point about how, yes, in order to form a nation, you are going to have to force conformity. So you see this in places like in France, for instance, they have areas that were fought, in like 14th century or something. It was like English territory, and then it was French territory, and they fought like 100 years war over these areas. And now it's firmly within France. They have places where people, their families fought for like, I don't know, Germany in like World War I, and then like in World War II, they're fighting for France, and they were in the same spot. And it's just like little lines moving. So you will get to a point when, I'll stick on the French context, they have at times crushed small dialects or small languages spoken in a bunch of different places, made it actually illegal in order to force that sort of conformity. And we do see that in many different countries. But yeah, anyways, I'm kind of like spiraling up, so I don't want to.
No, it's okay. I think it's quite interesting what you're saying. But the thing, okay, we have a very different. It's a pity that Toby went out. We have a big difference between the old nations in Europe or old countries that are a bit everywhere in the world, and these new neo-colonial nations like Australia, the US, most of South America. Yeah.
Don't piss off the Americans. There is two of them here.
Yeah, South Americans. Oh no, North Americans here. They are here. No South Americans, unfortunately. And it's quite interesting. I think you guys will get a bit dispersed by these two words I'm going to say, because they are used on the everyday life. I'm going to use them in the academic sense, which are two ways that politicians try to theorize how to create this new idea of societies where many people live together. And they called it cosmopolitanism, but don't forget the word how it's used nowadays. Cosmopolitanism and multiculturalism. So cosmopolitanism is what's happening in France now. You see, you have all these people coming in, and as long as they respect our values, they are welcome. But they have to respect our values. They should not question the way we do things. So we are always superior, but you can't come.
Like killing people in the street?
Like killing people on the street when they don't conform with the idea, of course. And then you have multiculturalism. This is the solution of the left most of the times. So multiculturalism is that everybody should come in, but you see people, and you want everybody, you are very welcome, you're very open-minded, but as long as you see the other, like they don't try to integrate. They don't want you to integrate. They just want to see you like exotic piece of society that you can open the door or your window and see from the other side. Yeah. So they are both as hypocritical. They don't have any intention of being humane. They always see the other either as exotic or so. Or they can expose themselves, but always in the exotic sense, don't integrate. And the other ones, they don't want to see them. They want to hide them. That's cosmopolitanism. And then we have the Portuguese variants, and Voz do Povo will be very mad at me. which is the Portuguese made sexual violence, and they procreated with everybody. And then there was the Creole. They came mixed people, and they came out, and they were speaking both language, and they were great because you lost the problem of diversity. You're part of diversity. You cannibalize diversity. There is something even very interesting in Brazil. They call themselves cultural cannibalizers. They eat the others. You're oh, you are interesting. Let's be a part of us. This is a very humane. It's violent as well, but it's a more interesting way of solving the problems throughout sex, and works quite well actually. It makes beautiful people.
Can you add some scholarship here, or someone else?
Go on, David.
Yeah, because
Cargo.
identity is extremely complicated, an issue. So so is nationhood, and then God forbid you have you're just bringing up the matter of race or ethnicity related to the identity. But I mean, a few issues related to the immigration and multiculturalism. Like I'm here in Detroit, in America, and you would think, well, what do you assimilate to? What do you integrate into? And so you have different things like, okay, the language, the legal system, and the culture. So when you come to America, you'll say like there's African American culture, and African Americans dominate most of the major cities along the East Coast. And so when you immigrate to America, you're most likely to immigrate into some form we'll call African American culture. You're most likely to move to a place where whites are already the minority, and what they call whites in American, whatever the group of people that would be included into whites. But no matter where you're coming from, China, Africa, South America, Mexico, you're likely to come to the urban area, and it's already multicultural, and so the demographic change has already changed. It's the same case in many countries in Europe. So like when migrants come, they move to places where it's mostly people that are similar to them, and there is no integration process.
But in UK,
I mean, you're never going to be a migrant that is going to come to.
But David,
going to come
look,
to
in UK, they're gonna send you up. In UK, you're gonna send you up north.
Yeah, but David, let's see this. Like I when I talked about cosmopolitanism, multiculturalism, I was thinking about when societies in Europe, but also the States, in the 60s and 80s were having a huge economical boom, and they needed people. And how do you deal with after the Second World War, when you exterminate almost your neighbors because they were different? How do you deal with this situation? And now you're telling me all this stuff. It's very interesting, but tell me, how do the politicians deal with the fact that corporations need migrants in order to keep the country working? We know that people are needed on the welfare, on the agricultural business, on the tourism business, and so on. These works that nobody wants to do, but they are very important for the society to keep working, especially in societies that are aging. So you're telling me, okay, integration, but there is a big part of
there's
society.
no integration anymore at this point.
No, there is no integration. It doesn't matter. The point is
you
that
come to an urban area that's already multicultural, and most immigrants move to the area where, so to say, their representative place where they come from is the majority, and there's really nothing to integrate into besides for multiculturalism. And then maybe after a period, you might decide to move to a rural place.
How do you would like this situation to be solved? How do you see? Do you want this? You need these people. You need these people. You need these people. And how do you place them in your mind? They are very cute people that live there and sell peritos, or they are people that look like they conform. As long as they are there, but you don't see it. How do you prefer? Do you prefer them to be there and you don't see it? Or do you like them to see them there selling peritos and dancing chica-chacas? I don't know. How do you prefer it to be?
Well, it doesn't matter what I prefer.
In your
I'm
mind.
just trying to add some academic or intellectual background. So, I mean, relatively, you talk about group strategy. There's different ways to manifest group strategy. And, violence is an extremely good strategy. So, in the U.S., you're really, so to say, American blacks, largely through violence, took over American cities decades ago in the 60s. We had in Detroit, you call the race riots, but if you're Detroit, you call it the revolution. And to some extent, the revolution, the blacks won. And since then, Detroit has been a black-controlled city. Obviously, there's corporations.
It's kind
and
of a
to some
weird
extent,
way to.
well, there's still different issues at hand. But when you come to America, you move to any of the major cities along the East Coast. The integration to some extent failed.
No.
However, then you have white flight, and it's similar in France. Like I said, when you go to Paris, there's not, so to say, French ethnic people. French ethnic people are already the minority, and you have a certain battle for control.
I think
different people use strategies. I'm saying violence is always a very good strategy that could be used in different circumstances in different locations.
I think you got to be more specific when you're speaking there, because it's kind of like if you go to New York, are you talking about what you're seeing in like Manhattan or in those center boroughs, or like the outer as you spread out? Like when you're talking in France, it's not true to say that like French people are the minority in Paris. Maybe if you go into like the 18th arrondissement, like the 19th, maybe in the 13th.
How do you define French? I mean,
no, I'm saying
French,
literally like take the most stereotypical baguette with a beret and all that. If you go in so many arrondissements, you'll see that there.
Well, it's segregated.
It's kind of like See that
there might be a handful of urbanized,
that's the point.
Integrated areas, but most of Paris is segregated and divided per ethnicity.
Why don't you see it as social class? Immigration is replacing social class. These are poor neighbors, and the ethnic French are not so poor anymore. So the new poor ones are coming from the outside. This is social class. This is not
because
integration.
It used to be wealthy people lived in cities. So generally, like in Paris,
and they live in cities. They live in rich neighborhoods.
You can't say that in Paris. Cities. Paris used to have farms inside. Like if you look at the 15th arrondissement and so many different parts of Paris, like you go back 80 years and these places were empty. Wealthy people lived further out with more space. There's always been an interplay of people coming into cities for the excitement, and then like sometimes moving away to have more space. Sometimes cities are the place where all the poor people live in, like Oliver Twist tenement style or something. And then other times cities are the happening place where the rich people go to play. So I think that's something that, and especially for France, we're now in a situation where rich people flood into the cities and fill up all these spaces in Paris that weren't, that were quite empty like 80 years ago when you see like photos of it and see like farms just on the outskirts of Paris.
Well, just make just to stress the one point.
Someone is being accused to be racist.
Integrate into multiculturalism, like there's a handful of immigrants that will go to historically what would have been like an ethnic France from hundreds of years ago, but the vast majority of people, when they come, they're already integrating into a form of multiculturalism. They're already moving into a neighborhood that is represented by people like them from where they came.
Oh yeah. Oh my. So a fake production. How do you think about this?
I wanted to ask a question. But I want to ask my question, and I don't want anyone to interrupt me, and you can take turns answering it. How many Europeans are on the panel?
1, 2. That's it.
Okay, well, 3. Boz, you're European. You live in the UK.
I just live there. I'm not European. I've got the passport.
You're my
citizenship.
You are half European.
Your citizenship.
I used to live in Europe for a good chunk of time.
Yeah, but Boz is almost Portuguese, so he's half European.
Boz, you're my black royal. Sorry.
Well, it gets to identity.
Okay, here's my question for the European guys. With the firearms being used on the street, whether they're gangs or whatever, do you Europeans see that as par for the course, just gangs running wild because they can right now? Do you see it as a new trend in France in some of the protesting? And do you think it'll get worse? Do you think the firearms are a bad sign, a non sequitur doesn't matter? It's just part of the thing, or do you think it's basically an indication of worse things to come?
Mr. Lambo should answer first.
I told it a few moments ago. Actually, gang members like drugs dealers, something like that, people busy in that type of thing, they never going to use these type of weapons against the police. They don't want to be ended in jail. But these guys that filmed it, I hope they rob the car because they're going to be caught, because there are a lot of camera systems, so they're going to be caught by the police and the effects. But they are never going to use this type of weapons, these Kalashnikovs or whatever, against the police. Never. They just use it if they are in a fight with another gang or another drugs cartel or something like that. So they were just showing off.
I think we don't have so many weapons, and we don't have in most European countries. In most European countries, there is not a tradition of weaponing, of having weapons. Besides, I think Switzerland. Switzerland is perhaps the only country where usually you have a gun at home.
And Finland too.
Yeah, so we don't have that tradition, and I don't think we also don't have in most of the countries. At least in Portugal, definitely not. We don't have gang criminality with weapons. We normally have light weapons. We have white weapons, but we normally don't have weapons. In France, there is more criminality with weapons. Yeah, sure, like water weapons. They also work very well. Water pistols.
There is more weapons in Portugal than in the UK.
You think so? Could
Yep.
be. It's very rare to be used.
Well, am I the only one who sees these as racial riots? I mean, maybe because I'm here in Detroit, but comparable to America that happened, somewhat in the 20s. But
which riots are you talking about? 60s. Which riots are you talking about? The ones in France now?
The ones going on right now. I mean, I would think that Western media is getting involved and stirring things up because it seems like it kind of tracks like an American BLM type protest in some ways, but it's obviously going to have the difference because it's in France. I'm just wondering if there's Western influence in there stirring shit up.
Well, BLM is a more modern day. I'm not comparing it to what happened in the U.S. in the 60s.
David, but it's a youth problem. It is a social class problem, and it is also an ethnic problem. But it's not a race riot. And by the way, North Africans are not so different from the Europeans. They are just a little bit more tanned. So they
Hold on. Look at Moroccan, Portuguese, and Spanish. They are the same.
They look the same. So it's like for
Spanish,
many
Portuguese, and Moroccan. They're the same people.
Not Moroccans, but Algerians mainly, and also southern France people. They're also quite tanned. It's a very hot place. It's the Mediterranean. They are Mediterranean peoples.
Italian?
Yes, Italy as well. So you see them as racial because you want to see it racial. Why don't you just call it what it is? It's ethnic. It's Algerians. Okay, it's whatever, but they're not a race.
I tell you the funny thing.
So please.
Ethnic is the same, but I mean, like,
how far is Portugal to Morocco?
In Asia, in Asia, when we look at like Zidane and everything, they're all white to us. They're all white.
Yeah,
everyone is just white
because they play for France.
I cannot tell the difference.
Yeah, but
I was surprised when I first know that Zidane is actually like Algerian descent. I was like, what? He looked white to me, So
there are many Algerians with blue eyes. Come on, there are many Algerians with blue eyes. Especially in the Atlas Mountains.
When I look at Dan Castle,
go to Brazil, you're gonna find the Indians.
Whoa, it's like it's all this racial ethnic division is all created by
our perception.
Yourself. Yeah. It's within the media. No, I think it's mainly media, mainly the politics. Otherwise, if you don't talk about it, nobody understands. When you look at Dan, in which world he looked Mexican, I do not know. You know, I can't tell how is he Mexican. He looks just like
Just,
Don.
just,
If you want to talk
just
about
stop,
the world's
just stop, and
race,
look at Mr. Lambo, look at Mr. Lambo, look at Prata, and David, who looks white. Europeans are supposed to be white. Europeans are supposed to be white.
Yeah.
David is whiter than these two.
White means something in America because it groups together all different types of people, from Arabs to
yeah, but you were being
Europeans.
racist, David. I'm sorry, you were being very racist.
It's kind of tedious
Well,
to
no,
talk
because you
about
can't talk
race,
about this
right?
without talking about race. And you said, like, in America, so to say, the blacks won the urban.
Why do you want Europe to be a mirror of the problems of the social sinking of the United States?
Who says it's
I'm not giving a moral. I'm
Who
not putting
says?
any morals or ethnics. I just say people operate.
Toby, what were you saying? I didn't understand.
I'm saying, like, it's a little bit tedious to just like be a mirror and reflect the corporate media. The corporate media will allow you to describe the world in terms of race. They will allow you to describe the world in terms of climate change and in terms of the global homo LGBT problems in the world, right? But once you start talking about how much of your tax revenue is being used to pay interest on debts to bankers, right, due to COVID, that's it. You can't talk about that. In fact, like, none of you even know. And this is, with all due respect, you're all intelligent, but none of you know what percentage of your government's income in tax revenue that comes out of your family's wages is being used to pay interest on a debt. None of you know for how many decades that debt is going to be around. It's kind of tedious to be a mirror for the corporate media, right? And to some extent, you have to stop and ask yourself, is it real?
None of us know.
So
Like,
I'll ask you, how many people have you met? Let me finish. How many people have you met in the last 24 hours who are racist? Right? We see it in the movies. We see it everywhere in the media. Apparently, there is a plague of racism getting around. But the reality is, if you're openly racist, right, everybody looks down on you. And so out of pure fear, it's not because of good morality that people aren't racist. People aren't actually racist because to do so would be to destroy yourself. Nevertheless, we are told we live in this really racist world. You know, it's kind of funny. No one follows the money anymore. We follow these red herrings. We follow
funny
these
about
things
being
that
racist.
divide us all, right? If we talk about the nationalism, the racism, the sexism, the da-da-da-da-da, but it's all smoke and mirrors. The reality is that you are going to get social insurrection. You're going to get violence when people can't eat. You're going to get violence in every society when people start going hungry. That's when you start seeing the tribalism and the segregation.
Are people going hungry right now? Are people going hungry right now? Is that what we're seeing right now?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
No, it's not. It's not
People
what we're
are
seeing.
choosing between, in the UK and in France, people are choosing between power bills and food. Right? And for the first time in 4 generations.
They're 100% not doing that in France. You're wrong about that. They're 100% not
But
doing that.
Toby is Toby
I know
touched
this
something
because
very
you're not
interesting.
gonna see that thing in the UK.
Like
he was being euphemistic, but it's very interesting because how much time in a year do you work just to pay taxes? This is an amazing measure, and you can see that, for instance, in Europe, we used to have 7 months. We used to work 7 months just to pay taxes, you see. And now we are on the 8th, 9th month in most European countries after the COVID. This is horrible. And people don't realize because everything keeps going. We pay more taxes, but we don't realize we are doing it.
I don't know where in Europe you are.
How much in Africa?
Here in the UK,
how much in Africa do you pay to hold your government? How much in Singapore they pay to hold their government? Well, they still get a little bit from the government, which is not so bad. They still have a good welfare state. But our welfare state is being destroyed. And it's not because of immigrants. It has started long ago. It has started with Maastricht Treaty, where they intentionally started privatizing the welfare state and destroying it from its basis in order to open private clinics, in order to open insurance companies for your pensions and so on, in order to create market They are destroying the whole welfare state is being destroyed everywhere in Europe. How many months do you have to wait for a dentist?
I'm fascinated that Typhon is so sure that people are not choosing between food and power, because the thing is, it's changing so fast. The inflation is so great. Well, I mean, we're talking about food prices in Australia going up 100% in 2 years.
Are they rioting in Australia? Like you are linking it to people getting into the streets and rioting, and we're talking about people rioting. I'm asking
Typhon,
you.
it is coming.
Yes,
Let me tell you, for the first time in 4 generations, Australians are facing a reality that is common to the third world. People in Australia have never gone hungry. They have never been unable to pay their bills, right? They have never been taxed into the ground, right?
Okay,
and it's a shock. It is shocking, and it's happening so fast.
The
inflation is so great.
But
if we're talking about
you
France,
need to make a difference.
We keep jumping the context.
Guys, let one talk. Well, otherwise,
hold on. We have someone new. Let him introduce himself. Hello.
No,
oh, he's gone.
Actually, he's not new. He came on before. He's P0712. He used to be.
So he changed his name.
You need to make a difference between demonstration and rioting.
Well, am I the only one that thinks that what's happening in France has a racial component to it?
Ethnic component.
I mean, that's just a word game.
No, that's no word game, because that is, again, we try to explain you. These are Mediterranean people. They look pretty much like a Southern French. This is bullshit. They just look different because the women wear veils sometimes, or dress like they dress like groups. Otherwise, you wouldn't recognize them. You are using the race just to make excuses, please. It's ethnic and social class. They dress differently because modern, they're a bit different because they want to show that they want to create that difference. It's not on the race. It's not on their nose. It's not on their color of eyes. It's not in their color of skin. This is bullshit.
You're not having a conversation.
Oh, come on, David.
Okay, maybe we can.
People don't look different.
Okay, I think maybe the point Prada is making is that saying it's social class. We already talked earlier about how when there was a need for labor, a lot of different countries were bringing in people from other places, essentially forming a sort of underclass to fill their the work needs. And now you could say that these. In many places, you're going to see that the underclass is going to be represented by like a different ethnicity. And so you can have a conflation of, or an open question as to what extent is this based off of simply like economics and a social class where it's an underclass, an underclass movement, or is there a self-identification where people kind of attach a sort of their identity against like, the other culture that's next to them. I think that's a fair question, but I think that these things are kind of like very intertwined. So we don't exactly see something like this. Imagine if in the U.S. we started having riots and demonstrations by like recent Mexican immigrants or something, and then the question would be: is it about a Mexican identity versus the American identity, or is it about a social underclass? That question is conflated once we've brought in, essentially having I say social underclass in the sense of like, poor population, not well integrated into the country,
but also generation
kind of, brought in so that they can fill like jobs that no one else wants. That's, So,
well, you can give an example.
So to David's point, so real quick,
I lived
David,
in New York.
to your point,
you had
just
Jewish riots.
Look, they're just young people.
You had over police brutality. He was okay, like relatively Jews are from the wealthiest of the people, but in cases where there was police brutality against Hasidic Jews, there were Jewish riots, and the police came down and there were protests, and it was just Jews against the police. There was no other ethnic groups involved, but it wasn't economic in nature. It was about the police, Jews living in our ethnic area of New York, and the police coming in and enforcing things that the community didn't that they should have, and then there were riots. And like anyone who knows New York, I mean, this doesn't happen often, but
New York is not Paris.
There's riots between Orthodox Jews and the police, and it's specifically over police brutality and nothing else. And it's purely ethnic because the only people rioting are Jews.
Yeah.
And,
Were they all young Jews?
It happens in all neighborhoods, and it's only related to the issue of police and control of the area where there's some sort of enforcement of rules that the community doesn't think is being administered fairly or according to their ethnic or racial sympathies.
Okay. Did you
Can we
read
let, wait. Can we let Forrest introduce himself? Forrest is new.
Hello, Forrest. Hello.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, hi.
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm from the U.S. and I've been watching you guys for a while and figured. What about now?
Thank you for joining.
It's good. Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I think we went through this question
I'm from the US
about.
It's lagging very badly.
I think we went through this problem. We saw most of it. So I'm a bit impressed that David missed it or even followed the news. We are talking about young people from poorer neighborhoods in Paris, and they tend to have an ethnic ground. So that's it. So now, keeping on this racial stuff, this is not the point. I think this is just
it's not your point.
Confusion.
It's
no,
not
this
your
is just
point.
confusion.
It's
just
up to you. If you want to
confusion.
please the conversation,
It's just confusion.
And so
I'm
you
sorry.
can't frame this as an ethnic. And I'm not even putting like a good guy.
It's a generation problem. We are seeing young people.
You're preaching. You're
which have
the conversation from
But
talking
David,
about race.
David,
No, let's just say, David, let's just say the chance is going to be. The chance is going to be white people, French, 100% French people, is that. Maybe that.
You are French.
No, I'm
It's just
Belgian.
who feels like that.
Yes, you are French.
We spoke.
Fuck you, I am Flanders.
Talking about
He's
race
Flemish.
or ethnic groups.
He doesn't have red hair, but he's Flemish.
Vlaanderen eerst. Vlaanderen eerst. I say Flemish first. Flemish, like the extreme right say here in Belgium. Flemish first. Flemish first. Cut the country and
but you don't have orange hair. You don't have orange hair. You are not the poor blood.
We're talking about group conflict, and then you got to say, who are these groups? So you want to identify these groups according to your politics.
David,
and then you're
I think
preaching to me that like the way you're identifying these groups, that if I don't agree with the way you're identifying these groups.
But David, not necessarily the identification. In the example that you gave, I think we're talking about the motivation for the action. Because the example that you gave, we would agree that you said it was Hasidic Jews kind of protesting or demonstrating against police brutality, is what you had said. But
I call them riots, even. I call them riots.
Or even if it was riots.
I mean, God forbid I was a Hasidic
murder in
Jew.
the streets, whatever
it
might happen to be.
We overtook the police station.
Let him talk.
Yeah, but I think so. I think we just have like a difference of terms of how we're defining it, because I think we're saying that the motivation for the action, not necessarily the identity of the people who might, by circumstance, be described in whatever way, but are they motivated by like a conflict of group identity? And I think it's possible, but I'm not seeing the evidence for that. Or is it that they're motivated by
generation?
Okay, if I give the case like the closest that I can give to support your case, it would be that they believe that the police shooting was done because their particular group is going to be targeted or is seen as like less, their lives less valuable. This sort of like BLM narrative that you could essentially put out there, and so
we were standing up as a group for our rights.
Yeah, but this is our young people.
There's a group of people standing up for their rights.
David,
as a group,
people outside of that group
who is that group and what rights are they standing up for?
But this is where you're kind of conflating it. It's a little bit like if you made that same point in the U.S. for the BLM situation, but it wasn't an ethnic breakdown. There were white people on that side as well. I mean, you could. It becomes a sort of like
BLM. I compared it to
David.
What I'm saying is in France, it's not all of France versus this. It's like
in France, these people that rioting now are just bored, have nothing to do with their lives. They are just bored.
No,
Wait
they're
a minute.
Muslims. They're
Come
standing
on,
up for their rights.
And
come
they
on,
just find one
You say
solution,
they're
one
Muslims
thing
and they're
to
standing
mess
up for
everything
their
up.
rights
Okay.
against
Mr. Lambo,
corrupt
Mr.
No,
Lambo.
state.
Someone was killed. A
Well,
17
God
years
forbid,
old
that it's a
was
battle. There's going to be
killed.
casualties.
Yeah,
God
but they
forbid.
don't give a
No,
fuck.
no, no, no.
They were
These
justly
started.
standing up for
These
their rights.
started. Yeah. These
Okay, but
started. This started because the
David.
17 years old was killed. So, Mr. Lambo, this is a story. This existed. Now,
Yeah, of course.
yes, you're true that people are doing it because it's boredom, because they
Dave.
have protest capital,
Because
and
they're
protest
standing up
capital
for their rights.
increases. A
there's
group with protest capital increase the possibility of
They're not bored.
protest,
They're
especially
standing
if
up
there
for
are
their rights.
riots.
Okay.
Yes, but we are
They're
also
fighting
talking
for their
about the
rights. They're fighting for
there's
their
always
virtuality.
rights.
We are also talking about virtuality. Like Mr. Lambo was saying, and he's also right. These are people that normally, because they don't have many opportunities in life and they are scared about it,
Oh,
they actually are at home and play
You're
video games as
psychoanalyzing it.
well.
Why
They are
can't you just
bored.
admit they're
But they
fighting
also
for their
have
rights?
they also have protest capital, and having it done once, the second time will be easy. The third time would be even more professional, and the fourth time they are like activists. They do it for a living. So we
Yeah.
see
Can we
young
have the
people.
intro now of Robert?
Robert is new. Let him
hi.
introduce himself first.
Can
Introduce yourself.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Robert Verlinde,
Okay.
that sounds Dutch.
Yeah, I'm Robert Verlinde. I'm Dutch, and yeah, I've been also watching for a while. So very much
You have
appreciated for your work, Wyatt. Thank you. And hello to my southern neighbor there. I think he made a lot of good points, Mr. Lambo. And
Thank you.
I think personally, I'm less. I agree less with my Portuguese friend, my Marxist brother there. So it's very. I think it's very. His opinions are very colored by Marxism and class struggle and that kind of stuff, because it's not really that. What's the problem? The problem is it's an ethno-sectarian issue, right? These are very distinct ethnic groups. They live in their own ethnic enclaves in our countries, very much. Maybe it's different in Portugal, but it's exactly the same here in
What
Holland
you?
and in Belgium and in Germany and in Britain. It's very much the case that they live in their own parallel societies, and they don't have any connection to our country, our society, and it's not because
Hold
they're
on,
poor.
hold on, Robert, hold on.
Let
What
him
the
talk,
fuck you
man.
talking about?
No. You cannot like that. Let him talk first because he's new. Let him finish
Oh,
first. I want to hear.
well,
Let him talk.
it's not because they're poor or because it's yeah, there was someone shot, and that's very tragic, and it's an important point, right? I mean, that's important news, but it's also these groups. These are young guys, and it's the same here. A lot of young guys, and they're also bored, and when they have the slightest well, yeah, they start a riot. We had riots when Morocco won a match in the World Cup, and they broke down half the city, right? And I don't know what Mr. Lambo was
We had
thinking, but
exactly the same.
yeah, but when they
Exactly same games, same.
what were you
It's a
thinking when
revolution.
Belgium was playing
Only riot
Morocco?
you.
What would have
Yeah,
happened if they had lost?
To the
Yeah,
winners.
but
Birds.
Robert,
God
they
forbid
have
you lose.
they have
It's a
protest
riot.
capital.
If they win,
Robert,
then
they have
it's a
protest
revolution.
capital. They did it before.
Robert, you said people come to the UK and they don't integrate in their society.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I live in London. I'm African.
The biggest
I live in London. The area where I live is a Jewish community, and I find everyone where I live. There is everyone from everywhere.
Yeah, but it's
So I
minority.
disagree with you.
Only know English people.
Well, minority.
How well I know English people? Well, no, I know them
Very
really
few.
well.
They're a minority in London.
Huh?
What do you mean they're minority in London?
Yeah, haven't you seen the latest
Nah,
census?
you've been,
Yeah.
no.
White British is a minority in London.
Stop
Yeah,
stop your right-wing bullshit.
It's
Stop
not
it.
right-wing bullshit. It's in a government
That's
report.
what I live here.
So what?
I live here. I
you guys
know
won.
them.
Everyone
know
can
them.
read the reports.
Where I live, I'm gonna tell you something. Only 10% of the population aren't English. No, 90% of them are English.
That depends on what you call English.
That is in
England
London.
is like 73% white, so it's going to become a white minority by
because the revolution there already happened
years.
in the so to say the Anglos, the blue-eyed man lost, and
Okay,
that's
Robert.
what's happening in Paris. You say it's a revolution, and the blue-eyed man is likely to lose.
You called me
Yeah,
a
I
Marxist.
think these are just riots.
Riot is just a terminology.
You called me a Marxist.
If they don't stop, I mean, English people are like the Native Americans of England, so they're going to become a minority if they don't.
Yeah, but they've already
Where?
lost London.
But where?
You've already lost London.
50 years.
You know, here in England, there is a city called Bradford. That city is called capital of Pakistan because there is a lot of Pakistan, Pakistan. But if you go there, you're gonna see a lot of Pakistan, but the white people is the majority still the majority. But there is a lot of Pakistan.
Oh, okay. Should they not be the majority in their own country?
I'm just saying, white people are.
Do you know? Let me tell you something. Do you know how many people live in the UK? Over
60 million.
Okay.
80, no.
82% of these people are white. White British.
I'm talking about England. In England,
UK only have 13% of non-white people. What the fuck are you talking about?
What percent of the non-white?
What the fuck are you talking about?
In London and urban areas.
So I just want to hold on 1 second. So that's what you're talking about is the 2010 census. The 2020 census, the white British has gone down a lot. So in England alone, it's like 70%.
Gone down to where?
Sorry?
They've gone down to where? There is no place in England that the minority is overpower the white people. There is no place in England.
Well, yeah, London.
He was about to quote this. Let's hear what CFL. CFL, finish your idea.
So in England, I'm not talking about Scotland, Wales, or Northern. I'm just talking about England. In England, the latest census is 73.5% are white. Rest of them, that is alarming because if you look at 1990, almost 95% was white. From 95%, it went down to 73.5% in 30 years. So in the next 30 years, they're going to be a minority. The English people are going to be like the Native Americans of England. They're going to be a minority in less than years. They're going to lose on
This is bullshit. This is bullshit.
This is the statistic. I'm just quoting the statistic. You can look it up.
This follows from what Carl was saying earlier about its birth rates are going to.
Nobody would accept this. If you go to Asian countries, people would be outraged. People when
exactly.
So
and white people don't make babies anymore.
Robert, you called me a Marxist. So
yeah.
I'm trying. When we talk about social class, it is true that Karl Marx brought that amazing innovation called social class. The way that Marx understood social class is quite different the way nowadays we understand social class. So nowadays, actually, the correct way of saying is its position of class. So you have a job, you have a salary, you have a certain cultural background. And that places you in a big charter, in a certain place. And the group of people that more or less are near to that place are called the position of class. So, of course, these people have a position of class. They are young people, they came from a certain area in Paris, and they have a certain health, well, a certain salary, which they don't have. Most of them don't have a work or very, very, very badly paid work. They also don't have much of education. And this is a position of class, and this exists. Now, we also have something of modernity. We also have something of a modernity. And the modernity is like, nowadays, in a virtual reality, you're able to play your social game in different circuits. Before, some circuits were reserved just for some position of classes. But now it's open to everybody. If you want to play tennis, you can. If you want to play, but you can. The problem is that we start playing tennis with shorts of football, or with well, yeah, with or with or playing golf with a hoodie. It doesn't go well in the decoration of the circuit. But this is the actual situation. You play many circle groups at the same time. And this creates something that Anthony Giddens, an amazing sociologist that's still alive, luckily, and he called it promiscuity. This promiscuity between social groups creates a kind of a tension and a continuous tension that you never really know where you belong to, because you're able to play many places at the same time. And this creates
most
violence.
of us know all this.
Violence is an answer. No, you don't know that.
This is all nonsense.
Wait.
Right.
Let Waka speak. Waka want to go soon. He want to say something.
Ah.
Okay, I just want to welcome the friends that have joined just now. I think since the last 2 hours, we did discuss the issue of demographics and its history, and I don't want to repeat it. So mainly we've discussed the causes. I just want to touch, solutions, how the Western policymakers should go about it, and are they doing it? So maybe we can divert the, discussion onto that. I'll just highlight 2 points. One is, if demographics is now the fundamental challenge, there's got to be some effort to address that. So basic bottom line should be to actually rebuild the family system. I think that's a very natural process, especially for white communities. Now, are they doing it? That's a question. On one side, there is a call for family and culture in white communities. Even in North America, I think it became a debate in elections, and in Europe also there are calls, even in so many other Western countries. But are you doing it? For instance, the LGBT and all that debate, where are you putting your kids in future? Are they going to move to a family unit or not? So there's one dichotomy. Then you come to, as I mentioned, the creative chaos surrounding Europe, North America, North Africa, MENA region, Ukraine, Middle East, created, this, I think last 2 decades were disrupted by so-called war and terror, and later on springs and all that. So this created a mass migration across the Mediterranean, and now Ukrainians are also there. And then there's a beeline, So if somebody is moving across Mediterranean in boats, you have, Afghanis and Pakistanis and Iranians and so many others, and Bangladesh is also moving. So basically, you are not helping to solve the fundamental issue, and that is demographics. And I think CFL is right. I have done also some study. People call Europe as Eurabia in 2050. So this is because the demographic trends, I said that Asia generally is like this and West is like that. So you can study that. So maybe it appears like they're at 70 or 75%. But if you look at the way the fertility rates in, let's say, non-white communities, definitely it is better. So gradually, and then there's always, a Rubicon, you cross it and then it starts sliding down very fast. In Utopia, Mr. Bavik, what was his name? He went on a rampage of killing kids, and he said 2085 will be the turning point. So I don't know what was that solution. Basically, he felt the pressure of this non-immigrant, non-white population. I'll talk of another issue is of surrogacy. This was again tried, and I don't know, it's still functioning. Surrogacy was tried by a lot of Western countries, and it was very popular in India. And it created its own social problem. For instance, there's a white guy and there is a white lady, and let's say they are beyond 40 years, they want to have kids. They go to India, hire, it was known as renting a womb. And they would hire a lady because there are poor people, and the kid will be born through an egg and a sperm from this couple. And maybe the sperm doesn't belong to that very couple also. So you had a biological mother, you had a physical mother, you had a biological father and a physical father, and a virtual mother and a virtual father. Imagine this guy growing up after 20 years, and he has 6 or 7 parents. So these are, I think, very, very, I would say, artificial solutions. Main thing is that we have to get back to family unit. For that, it requires, because it's very difficult to turn this Generation X into a family unit, because the way things have gone, probably they're not ready to buy even if their parents advise. So this is fundamental question. Demographic we have discussed, why it happened, why there were so many South Asians. I know there are, I think, some 100,000, I don't know, 400,000, 500,000, maybe I think 1 million Pakistanis in, and you are right, Bradford is known as mini Pakistan. And same is true, there are communities in US, in the West, I know in Scandinavia, there are a lot of South Asia. This is not because of, the immigrants wanting it on their own. There was a demand by the corporate West to run their workshops and their agriculture fields. So one was, of course, the natural process in 60s, that you had, like 24/7 I mentioned, in UK, there was no concept of 24/7 work in the corporate sector. The South Asia, the Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and the Indians brought it because you had a lot of kids and you could work for, in 3 shifts. Now comes, the destabilization of area around the Mediterranean. It has physically, why Libya was, let's say, destroyed, why Iraq was destroyed. It would definitely create, more image. So one is that you have a demographic problem and now you are accentuating it. And I think Paul is right, or somebody mentioned that probably the corporate West wants it that way, that this is another way of getting cheap labor. And I don't know how the Ukrainian immigrants are going to be settled in Europe till the war ends. So why couldn't you have more peaceful world instead of, and what have basically these neocons gained out of it? Have they, improved the economy of Europe? Have they improved the issue of migration? Have they improved the issue of demographics, which is now becoming, very, very critical? And I think I'll go with CFL. I think by 2070, I think there is a crossover that you will have definitely more migrants than the whites. Maybe Europe will be like 60% whites. Imagine the political pressure, the social pressure. Like you have a Indian Prime Minister in UK. You may say it is part of democratic system, but definitely this is why I talk of white shift. There's a book on white shift, and there's a lot of debate. I think there's also talk of this cosmopolitan, citizens. I think Povo was mentioned, because now this is how the system can function. So they are a very, very complicated problem. On one side, you have Asia and Middle East and Africa with the bubbling youth. Like Pakistan median age is 25 years, 24 years. India may be 26, Bangladesh is 25, Middle East is 25. And as Pat Buchanan said, that in next 30 years, the labor, the engineer, the carpenters, the agriculture guys, and maybe the lower cadre will come from Asia, because that's how the states function. So these are, I think, what you see is all symptoms, or I would say the reaction or the result of what has happened. So I think my last point will be address the basic issue of demographics. And that is, I think, like Chinese are trying to do it, despite they are well off, but still they feel that one-child policy is not working. So again, there's a demographic pressure. So now they are lying maybe 2 or 3 kids, so that they can, their future, they can actually run China on their own. And I've given an example of model of Middle East, UAE, 1:30, 1 Arab, 30 immigrants, still they are functioning. There are systems. So I think these are some of the quick points we can always discuss, the tensions that are created because of these riots. These are really condemnable, and nobody supports anyone who lives in another country. He should behave, but it's very difficult to, create a melting pot. And thank you very much.
Well said.
Wakar,
well said.
I think there is also one phenomena that we should not forget. You see, in those provisions, which is, what if Europe gets in a really bad depression and is not economically attractive enough to bring more immigrants to this part of the planet? And it will be, for instance, the immigration will go to Asia.
I think that, that should be a logical, I think that will be logical. But look at now Southeast Asia, look at, Asia. Gradually now, the people, if you find, Europe is destabilized. So people will, I think, start thinking. There is a lot of scope in Middle East. In Africa, I've lived in Africa for almost 4 years, in Southern Africa. And I know they also have their own demographic issues. There are demographic issues in Southern Africa because of some other reasons. But now there is a lot of, like, African, leadership you have seen openly, now speaking out for Africa. So maybe it starts, the reverse trend starts in case there is instability. But I don't know where. But I'm sure as the Asians get better, there'll be, maybe return of some of the manpower. But so far,
extremely
Europe
unlikely.
and
Just because of population density.
I just want to say, even
the northern parts of the world are the least dense, and the climate change, the increase in climate. So I mean, it's almost certain that the continual pattern of migration will be north, and the
if
best
there's
lands are going to be the U.S. and Europe. I mean, the parts of like Russia, those northern parts might become.
Russia won't let foreigners in like that.
But I mean, those lands aren't so
we did,
amenable anyways. But I'm saying there's already billions of people in, like it's just from more dense areas to less dense areas, and those less dense areas are North America and Europe, and the climate from warmer places to cooler places. So I don't see anything that's going to change the direction of migration towards Europe and North America.
Even if there's a depression, the standard of living in Europe is going to be higher than standard of living in Asia and Africa. So people are always going to Europe. And the thing is that, look, I know something about Malaysia. Malaysians are very tough on immigration. If you're illegal, they're going to kick you out. Because they've kicked out a lot of Bengali people out of Malaysia. I know that. They don't give a fuck. They treat them like shit. They treat them like dogs. They just kick them out. So Europeans don't do that. They're like so kind, so soft, and then you get into a hotel. I'm just telling you,
where in Europe?
Almost everywhere. England, France, Germany, wherever. So I've looked at 10 different countries, including Finland, Norway. If the immigration goes at this rate, the Europeans are going to be like Native Americans.
Okay, I'll have to leave. Thank you.
I know one thing for sure. Here in the UK, they treat the immigrant really well. You know, they give them whatever the fuck they want, even
England,
if they want. Yeah. I know that for sure.
Exactly.
They give
That's
that
what I'm saying.
whatever the fuck they want. But one thing for sure.
But that can change.
It's going to be too late by the time it changes. They're going to be a minority.
The population could double. So if you look at Europe and North America,
people are going to disappear.
When the money is over,
but you know,
you could have double the population.
It was wrong what happened to Native Americans. It's going to be wrong if it happens to Europeans.
Voss ever finished his point. Voss was trying to finish his sentence.
You were saying that the Europe is gonna, the white people is gonna vanish.
I'm saying that in Western Europe, there's not going to be Europeans anymore. It's going to be something else. In Russia and maybe in Eastern Europe, there's still going to be a majority, but in Western Europe, they're going to vanish. They're going to be like Native Americans. They're going to be like 10-15%.
Indians, Pakistani, and the Caribbean been living in these countries since the 40s, 50s.
No, 60s.
There were 1% of the population. If you look at the 90s census,
they came after the Second World War.
Yeah, if you look at the census of the 90s, they were less than 5% of the population. Now they're almost 30%.
Where? In England?
Yeah.
In England?
If you look at the census in the 90s,
Google it.
So CFL.
Not even close to 20. Not even close to 15. It's 12 to 13.
So in England, the whites are 73.5%.
CFL, you're talking about the whites, and also David was talking about the whites. But there is something people perhaps don't know. There is an amazing research institution in the Jena University in Germany, which have been studying the genetic composition of the most oldest found humans in Europe. So the first inhabitants of Europe were dark skinned, almost black, and had blue eyes. Almost everything they found in Europe with more than 8,000 years was like that. Around 7,000 years ago, a big wave of immigration came to Europe. They came from the Middle East. They called them Napoleons. They were white skinned. Let me finish. They were white skinned because they were agriculture. They were farmers, and they needed to have lighter skin in order to produce vitamin D. So somewhere in time, 5 to 4,000 years ago, there was a big invasion from the steppes of Russia and China. And these people, the people of the steppes, created such an immense amount of confusion. Probably they were, we know nowadays, probably they were running away from diseases. They were killing them in masses. So they all immigrate to the south, and they mix the whole European population. The European population is composed of 3 basic races. We are a mix of all these races.
I mean, given like a long history lesson.
If we will be keeping mixing. We always were mixing.
For 5,000 years, we have learned history that justifies the extinction of Europeans, the current Europeans.
Extinction! There will be no extinction, man. What are you talking about?
In the last 30 years, Europe has been waging war across the globe. Which
By the way, that is a theory. That is on history. From what we know from history, from pictures, from paintings,
trust me.
we know Europeans.
Just because every month Europe received like 10,000 no white people, doesn't mean they're taking over.
Where are they coming from, though?
The morals, you're saying just the push-pull pressure there. Right, currently there's like over 100 million
the way, David,
there's pressure of hundreds of millions of people that want to move into Europe, and right now you have governments who have ways to limit it.
There are hundreds of millions of people that want to move to
pressures
Japan.
limiting the migration are going to be waned, and you're going to have like a population.
100 millions of people want to move to Europe. Where is these 100 million of people? Where are they? Where are they?
They're coming up all over the world. It's just population density.
The biggest problem is not migration.
All the Arabs want to move to Israel.
Wait.
I just want to say all the Arabs want to move to Israel. They don't let them.
Okay.
So the problem is not
Israel's one of the few
about
places
the
that
migration.
people at the border.
The main problem is not the migration of the people. The main problem is the control of the border. If you are like Russia, you can try to walk there. You're never going to get in. Same thing. People can't even get into Poland, and Poland is currently laughing at France for all these current riots. If you look at Twitter, they're laughing at France. And they even put up the big banners, like they say Muhammad is not welcome and whatnot. I'm not sure if that's propaganda. I'm just saying that I saw it on Twitter. So the problem is the open border system within the European, the Eurozone is causing all these problems. And the more that you're going to have so many people coming in, the more there's no need for your local population to reproduce, because you can't the demographic, the economic situation, you just don't need reproduce somehow. So there's not enough space. Like
at the moment,
Okay.
At the moment, UK is having a problem with immigrants, a big problem with immigrants.
Why is it a problem?
Even they're thinking in sending them to Rwanda. You came here, ask for it. They said, now I'm gonna ask you this: where these people coming from?
Everywhere.
Go on, everywhere. Fucking Albania. They are fucking Albania. You see, they are fucking European. They are fucking white people. They are Albanian. They are white people.
Yeah.
Send them to Albania.
Albania won't take them.
You guys know I'm Portuguese.
No, they're Albanian.
Yeah, but Albania doesn't want them back.
You know, guys.
They're white. They're white. Okay. They're European.
Okay. A CFL was very preoccupied about European race. Okay. So I'm from Portugal. You probably know that Portugal is one of the oldest countries in the world. It has the oldest frontiers in Europe. It's a country that has been existing as a country since 1143. I have no. We have such a strong culture.
Barely European.
Oh, come on!
You look
are
like
just
the
nuts.
same. You look like
we
the
are
king.
we have such a strong culture. I am not afraid
I'm not the
that
same
we
as
are
you.
culture. Of course you're not. That's why I'm
No.
Portuguese.
Well,
And
yeah.
we have such a strong culture, such a rich culture, that I'm not afraid that Portugal will ever disappear. We have existed almost for 1,000 years.
It's not
We'll
going to
keep
disappear, but
existing.
people that
We'll
look like
keep
you will disappear.
existing. And I'm very proud.
Prata. You know, still Portugal, you know, the non-white Portuguese is less than 8%.
Yeah, and they feel great being Portuguese, and they are not white. Why? Because Portugal is a very strong culture, and we are very proud of it. And we don't talk about this bullshit. Well, the Dutch are also not red hair. There's like none of you guys are red hair. You're not
you
real
guys
Dutch.
Oh, we
This is
have
bullshit.
people with red hair. Some.
You know, of course not. Of course you haven't red hair anymore. This is a bullshit, and you are
Well, not
Dutch,
a
and you are
lot
very
now.
strong culture.
The
You have a
Portuguese
very
people right
strong
now look like
culture,
the
and you
Portuguese
keep
people
being,
from 12th
and you
century,
keep being, and you keep being Dutch, even if you start having black nose. Being white
this is
but
why,
with a black nose.
No.
This is why United States of Europe doesn't work, because you know.
No, it doesn't.
This is why European Union.
It's not a thing.
The Dutch feel they are very superior. They have so superior, they are very afraid of losing their culture. We are some of the oldest populations in Europe. It's Portugal.
Let's talk
it's not
when you
Dutch.
start paying
and we
for
are
your
very
own
proud
country.
about it, and we are not afraid
There's no
of
one
losing
that
our
still looks
culture.
like you in
The
100
Greeks,
years.
it's
That's
the
what I'm talking
same.
about.
The Greeks
I'm
or the
not talking
Italians.
about culture.
Look, the Greeks and the Italians are the
People aren't gonna
same.
have your
They're
phenotype
very
in 100
strong
years.
cultures. They are not afraid of disappearing. But these strange peoples from the north of Europe, they are so afraid
about
of
genetics, not
disappearing.
culture.
Oh, forget the genetics. Genetics is just bullshit.
Genetics is very important.
It is very important.
You have a bigger brain than mine. You have a bigger brain than mine. You know the politics. Let's destroy let's destroy this
Stephen, you
security
don't
of
look
white people.
Stephen, you don't look white.
You look exactly like the kings of
No,
Portugal
he's not
from
white.
Stephen, you don't look white.
The minority.
Stephen, you don't look white.
There's an
You don't look like the
advantage
kings of Portugal from
to
12th century.
remain being the majority. Helping.
Wait. Let Forrest talk. Forrest haven't talked at all. They're muted. You're muted.
Unmute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, how's the quality of my voice?
Yeah, I will make you louder. Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay.
It's not so sexy, but
solve this problem. They cannot stop.
I mean, I can't solve the problem because people have been moving, just like Prada said. People have been moving since human had existed, right? And we gotta often ask, why do people move, right? Right now, Western Europe or Europe in general, or United States, where I'm from, where I live, like, why do people move from Central America to America, to Canada? Like, why do people move, right? Why do some of these people move for the past 50 years? Let's ask just the past 50 years. Why do people move? Right? People want a better life, right? And like Western Europe, United States, and these more advanced industrialized countries, people do objectively have better life there, and people want to move there, right? Do you fault these people wanting a better life for their family and their kids? Like humanistically, is that wrong?
Yeah, but if your better life decreases the quality of life for the people already there, which
you're trying to replace the people over there.
You can say it's natural conflict. It doesn't even have to be moral. It's just a question.
But nobody thinks in that way.
It's
like,
nobody.
I mean,
like, I'm not.
Okay, if you live in a rich neighborhood and a bunch of poor people move in, you're not gonna like that. If a bunch of homeless people move in, you're not gonna like that. It's the same feeling.
Exactly.
Think of neighborhoods.
Well, even ethnic. If you have an ethnically homogenous area,
I live in America, and when a bunch of
it's gonna
homeless
change
people move in or poor people move in, they get mad.
Hello. I do that too. I do that too.
Hello.
But before you get there, people want to have the better life, right?
Yeah,
and that's
can
what
I give
motivates
you?
people to move, right? Why?
Can I give you
people,
major reasons why? Can I give you major reasons why?
Yeah.
First, we have internet, television. Second one, we have planes. Third one, we have ships that are not sail ships, so everybody can move faster around where they want to. And that we didn't have in the medieval times. So everybody was stuck in the same place. As long as everything got modern, everything got easier to move around. So the people are more allowed to choose where to go because we can do that. That is the biggest reason.
But that's the means. That is the means. Modern industrial world provide the means. But what's the motivation? What motivate people to do something? Like the why, right? You asked who, what, when, where, why, right? The why is what motivate people to do things.
Yeah, the academics use the term push and pull pressure. Push is what causes you to leave where you're coming from. Bad things could be economic violence, all varieties, and pull is where you're going to and the advantages that you're going to get from the place that you're going to.
That's
so
quite true.
Terms,
that's quite true, David.
Right?
That's quite true. And I would say that we forget there is all these new colonial nations. There are Europeans that left Europe because, like David was saying, pulling because they are very attractive places, but because of wars in Europe, because of diseases, because of so many things that we had in Europe and people were leaving. We have Brazil, we have Australia, we have the United States. These are all European big European immigrations pulling places. Like he was using a great wording for it. Very good.
Right.
And that's academic, and it assumes universal human nature, that this applies to all peoples and all parts. And just to mention, the people who have studied it say that the biggest pull pressures are to Europe, and there's different elements.
It may change. It changes.
Well, that could change. I was saying currently now,
but objectively,
Europe
what I'm
and
saying
North
is,
America.
If you're talking about,
biggest pull.
look, if you're talking about Japan, Korea, Taiwan, these places have less crime and higher standard of living, but people can't move there because they stop people from moving there.
Yes,
Europe
because
stop.
that's not what they preach. They
Same thing with Singapore. Singapore would be like flooded by migrants because
Don't
Singapore
come
is
here.
the richest country in the
It's
world.
too difficult to
They
learn
don't let people
Chinese
do
or
that.
Japanese. It's too difficult to learn that language. So they prefer to
No.
go.
You don't have to learn. You're just gonna go and work there.
Okay,
This is
Mr.
why I go back to my
Lambo,
point.
Mr. Lambo, and
It is the
Robert.
border.
Please
The pull
answer this
factor-
question.
Wait. The pull factor comes also with the friction. How much friction is there for you to move in? If there is no friction, like happen in the United States or some of the European countries right now, of course you're going to have a massive pull factor. Everybody's going to come because you make it so easy for everyone to come. You try coming to Singapore. I tell you, African countries it's literally, you almost cannot get a visa to come to Singapore. It's so difficult because they know from experience, so many of the Africans will come here and they not leave. And then they will just arrest them,
People risk their life. We go back to Israel.
Who cares?
You go back to like
I-
Israel, where you have a militarized wall where people get shot
Exactly.
at the wall. People
I just
still
wanna-
come.
I just
It
wanna add
doesn't
something.
matter.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter in the situation. If there's enough push or pull, people will go to the wall, even though they have almost a guaranteed chance of getting shot. And so, I mean, it's a factor. The U.S. That's what Trump said. Even in Singapore, if you shoot people at the wall, if there's enough push-pull, they will go to that wall, even if there's almost a guaranteed chance they're going to get shot.
Oh,
I mean,
enough.
you disagree with that?
Not true. This is
You're
not true. If
disagreeing
that's
that
the
there's
case,
going to be a certain element of people that will try to make it
disagree.
through the wall,
Because if
even
that's the
it's
case,
likely to cost their life.
No, wait. Because you already said that Israel is very attractive to the Arabs. The Arabs want to move there, but then you say that they will shoot the Arabs if they go to the border.
And they're still
then that's
coming.
why we are not
They're
seeing
still
the-
coming. We're shooting them, and
but
they're still coming.
But they are not coming. No,
They
it's
are
not.
coming.
We don't have
they're
the
not
kind of
coming.
immigration situation like the
Israel
United
doesn't
States.
have an immigration problem because they shoot people at the border.
No, they still come. Even though we're shooting them, they're still coming.
People
Those
afraid.
are
not
not
like
normal.
US
Even
or
shooting
Europe.
them doesn't stop them from coming. That's what
It
I'm
doesn't.
trying to express. Like it limits.
No.
It
Yeah,
vastly
you
I just
limits
want to
the
add
number.
something.
But no, thousands, hundreds of people come to the wall every day, even though they get shot.
Yeah, but those are very specific people.
Yeah, very specific. I mean,
Those
it's
are
not
people
that
from the region
Israel to Germany
that have some
France.
sort of business there. They're not random people from.
It's just like Europe right now. The push-pull is enough that people might take a 50% chance of death to get there.
No,
Jews
no,
is,
it's
okay,
not
I just
so.
want to add something. If you
You're
have open
disagreeing
borders,
that
you're only going to have
36
Arabs.
People take a 50% chance of death
No, but
just to get there.
The problem is that
Well,
it's
that's
obvious.
true.
People want these immigrants to come into Europe. Some countries like
some people do. Some people do.
Your government,
Yeah,
the Netherlands,
and
your
NGOs
government,
and stuff.
the
Yeah.
Belgian government also
the
as
government
well.
doesn't want.
No, sorry,
They do.
there is a discussion European Commission now, which is about a new migration policy, and some countries, Germany, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and some others, they want to have a more open policy, immigrant policy. Well,
But those are not the people.
Hold on. Can I add something?
They are your governments. They are your governments.
Yeah, but that's the elites.
Exactly. Yes, right.
But that's not that's not what we want.
Okay. Yes, sure. But you agree with me? That's our government.
Of course, yeah. There's all these
want to.
NGOs, and it's the same in South America. There's all these NGOs that tell people to come. They're lying about all sorts of stuff and telling them how to lie to get in and stuff. And they're telling them to pay human smugglers and stuff, and they get raped on the way and all that. I mean, it's horrible, and I want them to stop.
Yes, Robert, you're right.
I just want to say
our governments are not just opening the doors. Our governments are
they're asking people to come.
They are financing it. It's amazing.
Of course, yeah.
Yes. And now I wanted to also make some comments about the board. People were really hating me because I'm Portuguese. I'm so sorry for you guys. Yes, Portugal is a very old country, and we have loads of immigrants. We have loads of immigrants for a long time now. Like Voz do Povo is from Angola. He was in Portugal. We always had a huge community of Angolans. We have a huge community of people from Brazil. We have now, like Wakar was talking, over 100,000, we are talking serious stuff, not joking. 100,000 Pakistanis. We have a lot of people, like immigrants. So
not going to be any Portuguese anymore, then that's the point.
Oh, come on, shut up.
Okay, so just one second. I'm just saying East Asians have a lower birth rate than Europeans. If you have open borders everywhere, the whole world will be just made up of Africans and Arabs. All the other race would disappear.
That's not the problem.
Because they have a lower birth rate.
No, that's not the problem.
East Asian and Europeans have a lower birth rate.
The problem is our governments. The problem is our governments. The problem is our governments, one, and second, culturally, are these societies they're receiving these people able to readapt. In the case of Portugal, they are adapting quite well. In some European countries, they are not adapting at all to this new reality. It depends a lot from country to country in Europe. And sorry, Mr. CFF, your genetic bias.
I'm not making that.
Yes, but your genetic, he's repeating himself.
No, he's
about
not
his
talking about
genetic
this.
biases that you're.
Let me finish my point.
He's not talking about this. He's talking about
I'm saying that East Asians and Europeans have the lowest birth rate. So if you have open borders everywhere, the whole world would be just made up of Africans and Arabs because eventually you would be absorbed by them because they have the highest birth rate. It's just logical fact.
Yeah, but
you're using hyperbole.
That's not that
you're
wrong.
speaking inaccurately, and it confuses the conversation.
Yeah, inaccurately.
You have demographic change. It doesn't mean people are going to disappear. They're going to become minorities in the countries where they used to be majorities, and even birth rates.
European are the minority. European are the minority in the world.
Violence and war is natural. Like at some point, we will just start killing each other, and say like, I mean, that's like the human evolutionary pull of war and violence as a natural.
A lot of white Americans.
Violence is the most natural and superior of all human group strategies, and that's why we talk about war so much, because it's such a powerful group strategy.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say is we have a name for when people want to move somewhere for a better life. There's something we call that. It's war.
Okay, so
conquest.
I just want to say most white Americans. Once again, most white Americans have Native American blood in them. It's like 5 or 10%. So they're still there, but they all identify as white. They look like white. So Native Americans have almost been extinct through immigration.
What?
I mean, speaking inaccurately, I mean, there's still millions of Native Americans. There's over 400.
They're 2% of the population. They're officially 2% of the population.
They've become minorities in what used to be their land, but there's still millions of ethnically pure Native
Yeah, but they don't
Americans.
identify. They don't look like
No, there's very few ethnically pure.
That's where the natives are.
There's 2% Native Americans right now. They used to be 100% of the population in the 17th century.
Yes.
No, wait. CFL,
Yes.
North America
And I live in
was pretty
Oklahoma.
much
This is where
depopulated.
The state where
Yeah, they're populated by Native Americans. The whites made them a minority by immigration.
Yes, but
Which was wrong.
the population density in America was always very low, with the exception
was very
of
low,
Central,
but-
with the
it was very low, but
exception
still.
of Central America. With the exception of Central America, the population density in North and South America was very low, and we know
Yeah,
that.
but still,
for
the
sure.
Europeans made them a minority by immigrating there.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
that's what immigration does.
this is
That's
not
what
Europe.
The white people are scared.
That's what
was
Robert
wrong
is
for the
saying.
white people to do
When
that.
you guys moved to
saying that.
Europe,
It was a
you were
mistake.
engaged in a form of warfare. You don't consider yourself a combatant, but like as an immigrant, even if you did it legally, to some extent, that was a form of warfare.
It was, yeah. It's a replacement. It is. I mean, they should.
You're a
cap
combatant
immigration.
in a war. You might not be a military combatant, but you're a civilian combatant in a war.
This level of immigration has not existed in history. In the last 30 years.
Please give me your email.
Yes, it existed. CFL. You probably don't know anything about European history. We had these
I know
movements
about European history. It
of
hasn't
migrant.
existed. And all Europeans would look like Africans.
We have migrant. We have migrant waves. That's what destroyed.
It's nice to see you. Nice to see
the
you.
Roman Empire.
Someone who's gonna
That's
why they look the same.
The panel's too big for this long
Roman
history
Empire
lesson.
I can look at
was
them and I can tell they're
destroyed.
immigrants.
The Roman
Why the
Empire
three of you
was
like to talk all at
destroyed.
the same time?
Yes, I'm trying to finish a sentence and they will shut up.
the panel's
The
too big
Roman
for this long
Empire
history
was
lesson.
destroyed. The Roman Empire was destroyed by a wave of migrants
Why these long
from
history lessons?
Eastern Europe.
There's 9 people here.
They're
right now.
Europeans. They look the same. They're the same race.
No, they look
Yes.
different.
They look the
No,
same.
you're from
Oh,
Asia.
you're blind.
You're actually
You're
from
absolutely
No,
blind.
they look different.
They have light skin, blonde hair, or brown hair. They look the same.
Yes, and the other Europeans were
Why,
not so
why do you think?
light-skinned.
Why do you think UK left the EU? It's not because of the Africans or Asians. It's because of the fucking Europeans.
Exactly. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, why
That's
they
their
left
problem.
because of the
I'm talking
white
about
people.
mainland Europe.
They left because of the white people.
They made a
Here's the
mistake.
thing.
Now they're gonna be non-white. That's it. It's good for them. They made a decision. It's up to
Here's
them.
an interesting approach, man. Here's an interesting approach. Just think about it. Robert, welcome to the club. Forrest, what's up? You're from Asia. It looks like you're a bit far away. You're Chinese, Japanese, Korean.
He's
Oh,
American.
US.
I'm Chinese.
He's American.
I'm actually American. Like when people
You
people
can't
ask
say
where
it.
I'm
I mean,
from,
I don't know why he just doesn't say it like he's American.
So this
It's
is
identity.
so this is the point though, because this is defense politics Asia, and we would love to do an Asia panel to help people understand the dynamics of predominantly East Asia. Good to have you. And then for Robert, Verlinde. So I am assuming you're a Dutch speaker. So welcome. But this whole race topic is nonsense.
far
Let's
right
get
guy.
back to- So look at Ukraine. What happened? Prigozhin happened. He's now in Belarus. What's going on? I didn't hear anything about it. These riots in France, they are not racially intended because not everyone is from the same race, blah, blah, blah. It just happened. It's France. They riot every other year. And then this year is just a little bit active. They're catching up because of the COVID conditions, blah, blah, blah. It's just rioting for
Exactly.
No, I mean, you
then,
discredit the accomplishments. Like I said, like the racial
they accomplished
riots,
nothing.
the racial
They
riots in
accomplished
America,
nothing.
They accomplished something. They changed control of urban areas.
Nothing.
What's happening in
It's not
France
true.
will potentially
It's not
change
true.
control of Paris.
You know, when was the last? With the exception of COVID, there were demonstrations on a monthly basis, and that every 4 years there was a riot. It's that simple. That's
Well,
France.
even
And then you
more.
have
Riots can happen
the
for a whole
gaps
bunch of
between
different reasons.
the 4 years was the difference that France gave the torch to the Belgians to riot, and then they gave the torch to the Dutch to the riot. Even Sweden does the riots. It's
Yeah,
it's
we
normal.
even played paper rock scissors. So
Yeah, it's taking turns. The
riots
riots
happen
are.
all the
It's
time
just
for a whole
normal.
bunch of reasons. These ones
Blah
are
blah 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 blah.
Can
Ukraine. Talk about Ukraine.
I please do my
No, the
closing
riots don't
because
happen
I'm
in
going to
Serbia or
sleep?
Poland.
Fuck
It
Ukraine.
happens in
Fuck
France.
Ukraine. I'm
No,
tired
no,
of talk
no.
about
We
this.
need to talk about Ukraine.
Now
No,
we
can
talking
I?
about this motherfucker every
Nothing
time,
happened
you
in
know?
Ukraine.
This always
Can I?
raised, and it's not even relevant.
Fuck
It's
Can I
not
them.
even
please?
relevant. We need to talk about the ongoing events. Ukraine has been pushed to the back because of the French riots. It is fun and games and shit, but Ukraine is still at war. People are still dying. There is a counteroffensive that is supposedly ongoing, but it's dying
They
out.
know
Where's
they
the
know what
report?
to do. They know what to do if they want to stop dying. They know what to
And then
do.
I'm quite preoccupied about what Trey was
only
saying
because they're
because
losing.
they are
It's
talking
like
about
the riots in France.
no.
If the protesters are winning, they're not going to stop.
No.
And if they
Guys,
win, there's going to be a power shift.
guys.
Atreyu was saying something very interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
why don't we
but I
let
want.
Mr. Lambo say his piece and go?
Yes, no, it's because Ukraine is slowing down its counteroffensive, and they are preparing something really bad, which they're going to make a kind of everything at once, throw everything to the front to try to open a bridge. And
Stop speculation. Stop speculating.
Why don't we let Mr. Lambo say his piece?
It's all going to be very bad. Many people will die.
It's for me 6:30. I am already awake for 5 in the morning. I went to Spa Francorchamps to see 24 hours, and I need to sleep
Yes.
because I can't see the sun already.
Lambo, you want to do your closing? You do your
Yes,
closing?
yes. So I'm gonna tell you a story. One day, listen very well. Listen me very well. One day, in a little town next to Paris, was a young guy of 17 years old that took a yellow Mercedes A-Class AMG that he never going to be able to pay in his life without a driver's license, and he took a little ride. He went caught by the police, and the police say, "You're a naughty, naughty boy." And the guy say, "Fuck you," and he drove away, and the police shot at him, and he been killed by the police. His friends heard about it, and they went very angry, and they say, "We need to kill the cops. We need to kill the cops." And they called everybody, "Guys, my friend is dead. We need to kill the cops." So they went rioting. Not everybody, for the moment. So they went searching after the police and after the police bureaus to burn it down. And other guys heard about something happened with the yellow horse and the monkey or something like that. And they say, "We need to riot. We need to riot." So they went rioting. And actually they went shopping. They went entered stores. Other guys say, "We need to make campfires," and they burned cars. And one of these guys came home, like 14 years old, came home at 6 in the morning, and the mother was there drinking her little sugar milk. Say, "What do you do so early in the morning? Now, just didn't you sleep?" And "Mama, I went to shopping. Look, I have 10 pairs of new basket shoes from Nike." "Oh, mommy, I also bought something for you. A Louis Vuitton sacoche. A Louis Vuitton sacoche just for you."
Yes.
"Oh, nothing happened, son. Go to sleep. But I need to see your shoes every day very clean." That is what's happening in France.
But
Voila.
why do they want Nikes? Why do they
Yeah, I mean,
want
God
so
forbid you
much
use the word
expensive
riot.
For the
things?
closest store at his door, he chooses the Nike store. I could also choose Adidas, but I don't care.
Why do you use the
But
word
that is
riot?
what actually happening in
Why do you use
France.
the word riot?
So that's what I'm saying. There are people
You
that
told a bad story
went
because there's no way
rioting.
the
Do
people
it.
doing
This is
it use the
closing. Let
word
him
riot.
This is
No,
closing.
If
that's
you're
just what I'm
against what they're
saying.
doing, maybe you
So
use
there
the
were
word
a
riot.
little bit of people taking revenge for their friends, but all the other guys saw the opportunity to do some other stuffs. That is what's happening every time. Every time you see these riots in Belgium and Holland, like we already said with Robert, Morocco wins the game. They need to celebrate at football. No. So you have a big majority that's going to celebrate, and another type of guys they say, "Oh, now the police are looking the celebrating guys. So we are going to the Adidas shop because Prada say the Nike is not so good. So they
Why
went
you
up
use
to
the
the
word
Adidas.
riot?
Destroyed the shop. You're destroying even commercial spaces with a lot of others. They just destroy for the fun, just because they have nothing else to do for their life. That is what's happening for the moment.
You
And I
can
don't go to
you
the
judge them
problem
positively?
away from it because
Can you look from their perspective and see it positively? Like maybe
David,
they're protesting, they're
closing.
standing up for the rights, they're
This is his
rebelling.
closing,
No,
David.
they're having
That's
He
his
fun.
has
closing. You don't respond to closing. You don't need to
yeah,
respond to
you don't
closing.
listen
This
to the
is his
closing.
closing statement.
But
Yeah, he
that
said
is what
finish, he's gonna go.
that is really what's happening for and my it's every New Year's Eve in Brussels, they're burning the shit out. It's New Year's
Yeah.
Eve, you know? So that is a big problem, and the biggest problem we're going to have is that more and more people, the normal people like me, basic living people, are going to vote more and more rights, more and more extreme rights. And that's going to happen. You also not need to forget, in 2027 you're going to have the French elections, but in 2024 you're going to have the Olympics. Ouch! I am very afraid of that one. The
Oh.
Olympics in France. Ugh. With the president in France that is not solving problems. He's just letting it
Viva
happen.
la,
He prefer to go to a concert from Elton John with his wife. He prefer to do that. For the moment, we are fucked up in that point of view. And Ukraine, yeah, things change, but we're going to let that for another week, for another open mic. Nothing too much. Something happens. It always happens. Something because we're still fighting. But yeah, it was a very interesting open mic. It was not too far of my bad open mic, and like Brussels is 1 hour driving, Lille is 1 hour driving, and you see like they're rioting in in France, but they also did it in Brussels. Why? Because they are bored. Because that guy didn't been shut down in Belgium. He's been shut down in France. But they're still rioting in Brussels, and they did it maybe this night also. I didn't watch the news, so I don't know. But they do it because you're bored. These are social, low-class people that are bored. Has no education. The parents not looking after them. These guys are like I can even say between 12 and 20 years old. For a lot
They're
of different,
fine French citizens standing up for their rights,
you
protesting,
know.
fighting for justice.
So you're going to have
God
French
forbid
people
you
going for
insult
their
their
rights, and
integrity and
meanwhile
say
you
they're
have
just
these
poor,
people
rebellious youth.
that's
They're
going to
fine French
attack.
citizens that are simply standing up for their rights against oppression.
No, because the people that are going to protest for like
We need more background
ecological things, they're going to do their protest, and behind them you're going to have the rioters coming and blew the fucking shit up. That's
God
happening.
forbid, sometimes violence is needed to overthrow
It
injustice.
happens no, because these guys that using violence have nothing to do with the Greta Thunberg protesters. They're just coming along and going enter the shops and destroy everything, burning hundreds of vehicles. That's why that Renault, Citroën, and Peugeot have such good sales numbers. Because every time a car burned out, you need to build a new one. So yeah, no,
If
it's a
they
special
win
open
and there's a
mic.
power
It's
change,
not. It's a special open mic, um, but you need to look out of the box and look at what is the real situation, and just believe me what I am saying. Like my little
Yeah.
story, re-watch it, re-listen it. Are you going to see what's really happening?
Yeah. I also want to do closing for everyone because it's 4
Yeah.
hours plus.
So
So I
I'm
don't want
going
to
to
reach
leave
five
because now
hours.
it's 6:38 and I am. You see that my eyes are very tired.
Thanks, Lambo, for coming though.
Bye guys. Have a good
Bye.
closing to you all, and see you on the chat.
See you. Robert, there's a private chat on the side. I need you to give me your email. Yeah, you try
Okay.
to send. Yeah, because I do give instruction inside the private chat. So And okay, so David, you want to talk? Can you do your closing so we can finish the open mic?
Oh yeah, sure. God bless. Thanks for doing this. I mean, sometimes it gets a little bit repetitive, and I mean, we're talking about war, so like, I mean, I know people have to please the conversation, and then to get to the heart of it. In some of these battles, like it's about violence, and I mean, you could try to be respectful and polite, but I mean, the reason we're talking about violence is because these things have already broken down, and then when you talk about violence, just it's coded in the language, words like riot, as opposed to protest or even violent protest or rebellion, revolution, and even power changes. So generally, I prefer talking about these things in morally neutral terminology, because everyone will judge the morals different. And I think it's related to Ukraine that because you have the Ukraine, most people are supporting one side or the other. So you have just violence theory, and then people, well, you believe in just violence, and I just have a different view of morals. So now I'm fighting for what I think is just violence. So, God forbid, I see the situation. I wouldn't be surprised if the violence spreads, and we're going to see what happens in Ukraine. Like, I'm following your channel, appreciate the work. But God forbid you say coming soon to a town near you, and it would not surprise me. And that could be anywhere on the globe. So God bless.
Thank you, David. Boss.
Okay, just want to say there is still a lot of white people in Europe. It's going to take like more than 200 years before they need to start worrying that the Arab and black are coming to take over. Not going to happen. We're not going to be alive to see that. Not even your grandkids. White people still the minority in the world, but in Europe, they're still the majority. And there is no way we're going to take over. There is no way. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Boss. Prata, closing statement.
Thank you. So we see some movements in Europe, which is, especially after the COVID, which is a new protest wave. It doesn't matter really which type of why the people are protesting. They just feel they have to protest. Somehow the political system we have in Europe are not answering to people's anxieties. And we see people on the streets, and a lot of people on the streets sometimes for the most common motives, which actually could be dealt with with politics, normal politics, but is not, because politicians are not representing people like they should. We had like Robert talking about how societies get very anxious about so many immigrants, and the governments, our governments, especially in the countries that are most affected by this unintegration, are the ones exactly asking for more immigrants to come, to create more instability, especially after the COVID, when we should have more stability in order to calm down society. But our politicians are really live in a completely new world. They are professional politicians. They never did anything in life. They were socialized inside of a political system, in their political party, in those amazing gatherings they do all the time, and they talk with each other, and they create this illusion. What is real reality? What's the people's problems? They don't understand. They live in a different world. They also live in different quarters of the cities, so they don't even see the problems everyday life. Are my sidewalks being repaired or not? They don't care. They just care about their gatherings where they will look good to the other ones that live in the same bubble. But you see, I do expect, David was saying about this kind of contagious in times of protest, and this is going to happen. We have all types of people coming and wanting to express their revolt. And it doesn't matter about if Mr. Lambo was talking. Okay, these guys want to steal. They wish things they will never be able to have, that they can't pay for it. But why do we have this? Why do we have people wishing to have things they can't have when they already live quite well? Because in Europe, we have a great living standard. Because there's something wrong in our societies, and we don't stop to listen to it, to to see what is wrong. We just go faster and faster and faster, and we don't care. And nowadays, my neighbor, I don't even know my neighbor. I live in such a virtual world that I create an internet, like me talking to you guys, probably we have more in common than what I have with my neighbor. And this is creating all kinds of frictions, of tensions. I was talking later about we living in all these circles, social constructs, and all the time living in them, and they don't belong together, but we do that, and we create tension, and this tension needs to go out. So I also don't think we should realize certain developments in society like securities, because the human life, the social life is more unpredictable than what we see. There's also always something new coming, and Europeans will not disappear, I'm sure for that. And and Ukraine will also be solved, and many things will change. So sorry, guys, for talking so long. It was a pleasure to have you at this discussion today.
Thank you, Prata. Robert, your closing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I agree with Prata in many ways. I think it'll be a very interesting upcoming few years. I hope we all do well, and it's not like I have anything against anyone in particular or whatever, but I think we're all victims of our leading cabal. Our oligarchs are doing a bad job in ruling us, basically. But I think I have to go back to what our Pakistani friend was saying, is that it all begins and ends with the family. I think if we all focus on that, then we would all be in a much better place. So thanks.
Thank you, Robert. You see, you can achieve European Union here. Yeah. Okay, Forrest, you need to unmute first.
Well, my closing is it's been was my first time, but it's an interesting talk. As a first-gen migrant in the United States myself, I mean, I often think of these things. When I look at what's going on in the world and what happened in the past, I try not to ask why certain things happen, rather just what happened and how it happened. But when it comes to like why people move places, I try to ask the question of why people move. And I think it's a pretty common human, it's pretty universal that people want a better life for themselves and for the family, right? And objectively speaking, Western Europe, the so-called developed states, however you define states or countries, they objectively have better lives, and they have clean water, they have medical systems, the society is better, and it would be natural, almost natural, for people wanting to move there, especially when you think of people from Sub-Sahara, Central America, South America. Life is pretty shit, right? I've been to some places and life is shit, and just me saying I have an American passport is almost like envious for them, and they want to be there. And so is Western Europe and UK and some other countries like Singapore. And think from that perspective, you can't fault them for wanting to go, right? But I also empathize with the people who are already living in those places, like myself, right? Like, it's like the haves, like the people who get there first, they don't want the people has not come to come and take the cake. The cake is only so big, right? And so that's just my thoughts. And I'll share more thoughts later.
Yeah, you definitely will join more often in the future, and also join the private chat that I've already emailed you guys. And CFL, you're muted. You're muted.
Thank you, Wyatt, for giving us the chance to speak. You're a legend. And I just want to say, North America is a little bit different from Europe, because Europeans have their native population. They have had it for like 4,000 or 5,000 years. So replacing them is it's like a sin. It shouldn't be done. what was done to Native Americans was wrong, because Native American population was absorbed by the European migration, and I think that was wrong. And what's happening to Europe right now is also wrong. I just wanted to make that point, and just want to finish up. I hope is the riots in France still going on, or it's stopped?
I think it's still going on.
So it's unfair. What's happening to Europe? Europeans are the Native Americans of Europe, so they shouldn't be replaced. What Europeans did to North America and South America was wrong, and it shouldn't happen to Europe. That's my view.
All right. Thank you,
CFL. Hold on. What about what the Europeans did in Africa? Is all right?
Absolutely not. But you shouldn't punish their grandchildren, great-grandchildren for that.
No one is punishing anyone.
Oh, Typhoon is here for his closing.
Okay.
I figure I've been here a couple of times, but never around for the closing. Thanks for having me on. I've been, I listen to most of these. I'm a, big fan. I guess I just want to close by saying I think we see a lot of things that kind of basically we have like multiple factors kind of coming together and making it difficult to create assessments and kind of point to one single thing. Multiple people today have kind of pointed out that at different times countries are looking for labor, and sometimes they get that labor from other countries. So, in the US, we're getting a lot of labor coming from the border. In France, they had a lot of labor coming from Algeria in like the 60s, 70s, 80s. And many countries are having that sort of labor shortage and bringing people in. Unfortunately, when they're bringing people in, a lot of times it's going to be kind of for low-paying jobs. It forms a sort of underclass. So we see that issue where, like, even if we're trying to talk about economics or like social class, it's going to be kind of mixed together with identity groups. And then at the same time, also, it's just it's trippy just to see all these countries have these issues of rioting or like instability and just what that does to nations. So I all I can say is like as an American, we have it a little bit different, but from what I see in France and in the UK, it is I think it is something that has to be better managed in order to avoid like destabilizing everything, because I think it's a shame to see things just kind of get crazy, benefits dry up and all that. But I figured I'd jump in on this one because I don't know too much about the war, so I'm usually just a listener on this one. I can't say I know too much about this one, but since the French people weren't in, I figured I could try and add what I could. So thanks.
Thank you everyone for joining today's open mic. Thank you so much. And
okay,
bye guys.
Yeah. I just wanted to add something very shortly and say something like, we are seeing also a kind of radicalization within ecologist groups. So we are going to expect much more protest of different natures in Europe. It's just a question of time. So bye. Thank you. Wait.
Bye, Pratap. And that's it. Thank you for watching the open mic episode 36. And now my turn to do closing. Yes, nobody here can interrupt me. I felt that today's someone got super chat. I need to put on the super chat first. Whoops, wrong one. Yeah, West RL. Because I started the open mic very late, so it's actually very unfriendly to the Europeans. So despite we are talking about we are basically flaming France. Flaming France all the way. But not my fault because they burned themselves. So so it's a bit unfriendly for the Europeans. So sorry for the Europeans, but it can't be helped. The earth is round. I feel that the competition today has been going around and round about race and stuff, but it is a reality. It is not racist to talk about race, to be honest, because if you can recognize race, you are racist. Put it that way. So that's how I define racist, and it's not a bad word. It's simply a acknowledgement of the reality. But if you talk bad about a specific race, it's not racist. You're just an asshole. So Yeah. So I differentiate in that way. You recognizing race, the different racial traits, like the Africans are more athletic. They're more suitable. Their body is very suitable for athletical things. And the Indians are very good at calculations, and they do very well in business. The Indians tend to be very successful. We have Google run by Indians as well. Now even the British Prime Minister is Indian. So Chinese are really good at business. We are all very successful in most of Asian countries. That's just reality. You can just see it. It is what it is. But recognizing race is not particularly racist. I mean, it's not a negative word. To me, it's not a negative word. Of course, you can find the dictionary and Wikipedia. They will say it's a negative word because they have no better words to use, because they have to be PC about it. Being racist is you just recognize race, you are racist. Even children recognize race. Children, they can tell, hey, he's different from me. He's an Indian. Hey, he's a Malay. Hey, he's a European. He's white. He have golden hair, blue eyes, green eyes. This children can tell the difference. So no, it's not racist, but you don't be an asshole about it. That's the key. No, we don't be an asshole. So that's how I look at it. But unfortunately, the common English have made it a crime to recognize race and try to be race blind. I think it's stupidity, which is what you get in France right now. You France, in my understanding, France ID have no race on it. There's no ethnicity. It's just a card and say that you're French. And I think it's just trying to ignore the elephant in the room. In Singapore, our race is written on our ID, because you have to recognize that there is race, there is different in culture, there is different in religion. If you try to ignore and blind yourself, then you are just closing your eyes and not looking at reality. And I think this is wrong. To hide yourself, to how to say, to not look at reality and facts, and to try to pretend that it doesn't exist is not the way to solving problem. It's just like if your children is doing a bad thing, maybe he fight in school, maybe he's rude to teachers, they steal your friends his friends or her friends toys, and then you just close your eyes and pretend that it didn't happen. It's bad for your child. The same thing is today. To whatever happened, things that happen in the current affairs. To pretend that Russia is to pretend that Russia is doing badly in economics due to its sanctions. I think you are fooling yourself. Russia is doing really well despite the sanctions. That's the reality. There is enough anecdotes that I've heard. I spoke to economists. Russia, the anti-sanction regime has failed. That's just reality. You can pretend that it's not. You can carry on and pretend it's not. It doesn't change that your energy bills, especially if you are living in Europe, your energy bills is through the roof. Inflation is like shit, and that's the reality. So why DPA do what DPA does is we just want to show you the reality. I just want to show you the facts, and then you make your own call. What it is, what, and then you make a calculated analysis of what is actually happening, and then you can make the best decision for yourself, for your country, for your politics. Don't the whatever happening in France. I think it's a mixture between race, economics, and class difference. It's not Marxist to me to say that it's a class situation. It is a class situation, just that it's also a ethnic problem as well, because maybe France did not try to solve the problem, and I feel that all this ethnic enclave is just bad. It's just bad news. Be it in whatever country, it's just problems waiting to happen, and because I can tell you for a fact that even in Singapore, even between Chinese, we have China nationals coming to Singapore. They work here. They don't mix at all with Singaporean Chinese. They don't mix. They don't integrate at all. We have totally different culture. We speak differently. Our accents are different. The way how we think is different. Our value system is different. And the Chinese only stick to themselves, and they don't integrate. So if they don't try and to integrate, and especially if we give them citizenship in Singapore, and we are talking about all Chinese, we are all Chinese, okay? So there's no ethnic problem, there's no racial, but just simply different in culture. They wouldn't integrate, and we're going to have problems. And if the numbers of this Chinese continue to grow in Singapore to a level where they can start to affect local politics, then we're going to have problems. This is just the reality. And I'm just purely talking about Chinese and Chinese. We are all Chinese. So that's just how it is. So imagine it's different in ethnicity. We have the Moroccans and the Algerians that growing in population within France, and then they never integrate. I can imagine the problem to be much worse. And I was just, my example is purely all Chinese. So all Chinese in Singapore, and we voted overwhelmingly in the protest vote around a decade ago to protest against the government, even though the ruling party still wins the super majority, but the swing in votes triggered them to stop giving citizenship freely to Chinese. That is the reality in Singapore, and we are still, like I said, we are talking about Chinese with Chinese. So there's nothing racist about it. But when you bring in North Africans and French, and then suddenly it becomes so touchy, it's like so difficult to talk. Then you ignore it, you close your eyes, you think that you pretend that it doesn't happen, there's no problem. Then you're still gonna get all this burning of cars and brewing problems that you cannot be solved, because you pretend that the problem is not there. You don't enact laws and legislations and have initiative to try to integrate people, to try to bring people together, because you pretend that it doesn't exist. The problem is not there, so you don't solve a problem that is not there. And if you pretend that it's not there, then the problem will just get bigger and bigger. And I think it's just bad. It's just not a good solution. And so I'm not fair. I've kicked everybody out already, then I can speak my words. So dictatorship is good. So thank you everyone for watching. We have like still 200 of you listening to me, playing cheat. Only speak when everybody's gone. And so anyway, thank you for watching. And about someone asked about my take on France. The whatever happening in France is indeed, like people say, it has been happening very, very often. I thought that the yellow vest protest will lead to something. It leads to nothing. Macron still won the re-election. So what changes does it make? I do not know. And like what Mr. Lambo have said, this is not a political thing. Whatever rioting that is happening now in France is not an attempt to overthrow the government. It's not a mutiny. It's not a revolution. It's nothing. It's just people trying to take advantage of the situation and just vent their anger and destroy the local economy, and that's just what it is. So it's not like what David said. It's not the rights. You don't burn cars to show your rights. To assert your right to do whatever. Is bullshit. No, it's not. There's no such thing. You're not going to change anything. You're not going to improve the country by burning cars, and smashing shops. This is just the same excuses Antifa and the BLM movement used in America. They use it as an excuse to rob and to steal all these shops. And then if you continue to pretend it doesn't happen, then what you get is California, where there is no. It doesn't make sense for businesses even to have any shops, because people can just walk in and steal things, and the law enforcement will not be enforced on them. And so the West have to come really face it. And Luca said that send a message. So Luca, what's the message? So if the message is no police brutality, how is the French how the French police is going to say that, okay, point taken. There is no end. There is no end point. There is no. This is not a political movement. A political movement will have a demand, and that demand can be met. You cannot go for something that it cannot be met. Then it's just it's just nonsense. So thank you everyone for watching. I finished my rant as well because just now was just way too messy for me to rant. I rather not rant because I cannot get into the conversation. Yeah. So yeah. I saw the comments. Yeah. Thank you everyone. That's a taste of DPA open mic. We haven't have such a chaos for some time. So so it's nice to have some spice and chili. And thank you for David for even though that his view is a bit different from most people on the open mic, the bravery to come and talk, the courage to speak is important. That's how we can all learn from each other. And he's very, very good for business. He triggered so many super chats. So just that's a joke, but it is indeed triggered a lot of super chats, and that allows to pay for the editing that I will be using to do. And so the for those that haven't watched the in front part, of course the video will be available as per on YouTube. Just that if you want the live chat section to appear, or to have a transcription, you do have to wait a few hours for YouTube to do the processing. And for those on Rumble, too bad there's no such thing as part of the system. So yeah, there's still some distance to go for Rumble. And yeah, so thank you for watching, and I'll do the outro. And sorry for the delay, and sorry for the 15-minute late, because actually it wasn't supposed to be 15-minute late. For those that was not here earlier, I thought I pressed the go live button, but end up I didn't press it. So end up I thought that the stream was already going on, but it didn't. So anyway, yeah, I'm tired. And it's lunchtime. It's 1 p.m. for me. And thank you for watching. See you in the next update. I will be doing sib rep for the past 2 days soon. But I'm going to rest first. And see you in the next update. Bye-bye.